Namaskar, good morning, good day. Assalamu alaikum, rahmatullah, barakat, vanakkam, namaskaram. This is Engineer Suraj Singh speaking from Bharat, India on this day, September 7, 2020, relating to issues concerned with engineering profession, engineering society, and whatever is provides in mind during talks. Criticality of time, criticality of world, and improvement in society, as well as pending issues, whatever is practically possible related to these subjects, I am here to discuss with you. We will now or later, it's your choice, but we are moving forward with this. There's no way to stop because stopping is not acceptable in life. One has to move and move. Means it doesn't matter whether you receive credits or no credits or whatever happens. Just like body moves without any problem, life has to move without any problem. Body works round clock without stoppage. Automatically, this indicates clearly that you should work like that. Body gives energy and everything, it gives backup, which means we are supposed to do that. And it's our duty to learn from nature, and our body is also a part of nature, and this fact cannot be denied. If somebody denies this fact, means you do not believe in truth, you do not believe in facts, and that point is not acceptable, at least to me. You may accept whatever you want to accept, but to me, that's not acceptable. That's what I can say. Life is different, it's different for everybody, but ultimately, the world is same. There's no dispute on that. World is same, it's not different. It's same world, same life, and we have to understand that. COVID or no COVID, that's another issue, but engineering, systems, changes, organization, challenges, thinking, or generality of engineering and management of engineering and organization of engineering, whatever is there in that, we have to think on, we have to contemplate. At least a contemplate is high level of thinking with certain format, that we can say. High level of format, thinking in our mind. Mind itself is a major format which creates many formats. So I can say. And something happens like this, that sometimes we progress in wrong direction, sometimes in right direction, and that direction depends upon us to decide what that direction is. What that direction is, that's up to decide, up to whom, us. Everybody has privilege, everybody has a charter of life. Means charter not given by someone, charter that is empowered to everyone in this world. Life keeps moving and everybody keeps moving. Problems come and problems go. Life never stops. And that life is stops means that it stops forever. And I can say, we are talking of COVID these days. Now COVID is very smart. It cheats world and it's still cheating those sections, those areas of world, those parts of world which started thinking that COVID has gone. They are on back to, means it is revisiting everywhere. It didn't leave actually. We thought it's leaving. COVID never left, and we thought it is left. Countries thought it is left, but it never left. So we have to be very, very, innovative in our approach. Though there's no innovation at all, no innovation at all. COVID-19 is working in our country, Bharat. A great, achievement of by COVID and great loss by our people. Till yesterday, it was more than 4 million, 41 lakhs, 4.1, and today maybe probably, I think around 5 lakhs, or let's say 4.8 somewhere, 4.48 lakhs, 4.8 million. It's question of confusion nowadays. We should say million or we should say lakh. If I speak lakh, then people of world cannot understand. And if I say million, people of world can understand, but many people in our country cannot understand. Just like these units of lakhs and crores are internal units actually. These are not internationally accepted units. Internationally, crore is not known, and similarly, lakh is not known. This is known in our country only, or otherwise, million and billion. These are units worldwide. So we have to clarify every time what is any other this confusion. No problem. COVID is hitting. We are hit by COVID, and 41 lakhs, more than 41 lakhs. Yesterday, today around 42 lakhs. I can say certainly. If you add 80 only, then 4.9, 41.9. So it may be somewhere 42 today, 42 lakhs or 4.2 lakhs, which is, cases were 90,000, more than 90,000. So today maybe it may reach within a couple of days 100,000. So if you give 100,000, you can say 30,000. I'm sorry, you can say 1 lakh every day. If you say 1 lakh every day, so 30 lakhs, 3 million per month. So 3 million per month is achievement of our country, that we are so efficient and we enjoy that. We still enjoy. I'm not finding any impression on people's faces. I feel serious about this, and they just want to live, without any worry. But they don't worry even about others. Forget about themselves. They don't worry about their families, about their areas. I cannot say what sort of people we are. And it's not only we, many other countries do same. So I think there's an impact, negative impact on minds of people, psychology of people, that COVID has achieved permanently, since it's joined this world to hit us. And I think it has done first. It has infected minds of everybody who do not care about this. We may not care, but this is our own fault if we do not care. And if we care, it's our own responsibility. We should care, that's our responsibility. But this responsibility cannot be forced on anybody. You can take England, you can take America, you can take whatever country, France, and you can take example of whatever country. This is coming back everywhere. They thought it is gone, but it did not go. Maybe it took some rest pause, or maybe it is shortage of some salts with it. And so he sometimes say, okay, don't act here for a few days or few weeks, and come back here and work again. This was COVID. Organizations about means he deploys some people here, some there, and then okay, today don't go there, go to that place. Just like we do. We have workload here, no workload, leave them there. People think that it has stopped acting, but it doesn't stop acting, it keeps on acting. And I think world has changed, in fact, their conduct has changed. It's maybe temporarily or permanent, I cannot predict today. But I can predict only that in our country it will be around more than 8 crores or 80 million people are going to be infected, based on current report information of how many percentages are being infected. This may increase, but I think this may not decrease than this. I am saying 8 crores, and maybe it is 12 crores, I cannot say, or maybe more, depends on, and it's going to happen, don't worry. Don't think I'm just speculating. I'm not speculating. I'm telling logically. That logically is that for last couple of days, for last couple, I think I am finding 8.24, 8.4 as an average, So we have to take little higher sides, 8.5 taken. Keeping in view population, and I'm considering 100 crores population, not 130 crores. So 8 is normal according to current figures, current calculations. So don't take it as, excitingly. It is a fact. It's a fact, and it's a legal, I mean to say logical fact. 8.5%, and we shall be somewhere around 8 crores at minimum. And I anticipate USA about 5 crores, certainly. So total will be around 28 crores all over the world. Already there is a prediction from USA that by January 2021 there shall be deaths to a toll of 410,000. Sorry, 4 lakhs 10,000. Already they have crossed 190,000 or somewhere, and the infection is about I think maybe 6.1 or more. The exact figures are not coming now, and this election time there, so they will not give exactly what's okay, no problem for that. Problem is not all this, problem is somewhere else, and problem is that we should learn ourselves what we can do, what we cannot do. We have to learn that life. We are not learning that life, and that's the problem, where we lose ourselves. We lose ourselves, and if we worry about that, we shall be better in a position to understand. So, I have even gone to many news, and even, there's some migrant crisis in Lebanon, a new migrant crisis at sea, as a young Lebanese flee to Cyprus because there's a problem in Lebanon, so they are fleeing to Cyprus, and Libyan rivals meet in Morocco for peace talks. Like that, there are so many, normal news. So you cannot say this. Saudi Arabia reports 80% COVID-19 case drop in 3 months. They are saying drop. Iran air televised confession of Russian. So why young Saudis are getting there? Okay, leave it now. Okay, very, very normal news. UAE records 53 new coronavirus cases, and okay, that's fine. And now we just move on like that. I cannot say that. It's all same. Actually, there's no place in world where there's no dispute. In fact, speaking very well, you take case of this. Turkey urges also against opening embassy in Jerusalem. 2 Palestinian prisoners test positive for COVID-19, and this UAE group warns of lack of key medical services. These are certain news, means not very important news, but there were so many news I given about UK, which has UK news. Just I'm giving for informational basis. That is UK chief Brexit, looking Brexit, and then you can say there was some news about this coronavirus fears UK government has lost control as cases soar, and also UK, and there is that Saudi Arabia sentences 3 to death over links to Jeddah attack. As such news are there just for information. Nothing to really stop. And France records 8,000 new COVID cases for second day, and coronavirus UK map confirmed COVID cases and deaths today. So COVID-19 cases are rising, and then they can say Australia, Paul Gascoigne blames British Morgan for 3. Okay, that's okay, fine. Australia to receive first batch of COVID-19 vaccine. Well, these are certain very, very normal news. I did short periods come back. So let's move on to talk of engineering issues. These issues are important for me because basically fundamental education. I have got engineering education, and now I'll gone through whole my career, This is my ending, you can say, because I'm 66, so I should not expect more from my life. That should be happily received. If I get something, I am bound excited, because that's no use now. 66, at age of 60, one should think in a different mode. I don't know how much time is balanced, maybe 1 year, 6 months, today, tomorrow, nobody knows. But I don't expect much from life, and I want to give back to life. I want to give back to those who deserve, who aspire this, and those. I mean, it's up to them to accept this fact or not to accept this fact. But I can give only what I know. I cannot give more than that. Whatever right or wrong, good or bad, I learned. I only try to share with public, and with particularly those who are looking for or searching for such information. Information based on experience is much more better than based from education. Education is just a root of learning, but fruit of learning, and we can say tree of learning lies in life, which confirms your education was right or wrong, your formula was right or wrong. Mathematically it can be right, but whether or not it's right in field, you have to ensure yourself. Sometimes what we see, what we learn is not that what we do in field. Example, you excavate somewhere, when you make a drawing, you make excavation plan, you don't do either way, you don't write, you just show a line, this excavation line. But in field, that's not exact case. Same way I can say, when we show on drawing electrical path, this from here to here, this wire goes or cable goes. We just show something on drawing, but in fact that's not done on field. In field something else is done. Only just this mechanism is followed, but where the wire is shown in some curve or somewhere, it's not done on site like that. So that's the difference. So we have to little understand practicality as well as theory. Theory is limited, means theory can't be changed. In fact, that's proven one. That's to be understood thoroughly, and application of that theory is very important. That's called actually profession. If we call ourselves professionals, then we have to apply what we learn. That's more important rather than learning and continually learning without applying that. If you apply, means it's more than additional learning. Yes, if you learn additionally, you are welcome. It's very great, but you apply that too. And if you cannot apply that, there's no meaning of that. Means Java, I just learned that. That's it. For example, I learned electrical engineering when I was in engineering. I don't know anything about electrical engineering. I passed that subject, to be very frank. I passed electrical engineering. I passed applied thermodynamics, and like that, which I never used in my life. So those were just for learning, and that's it, nothing else. I, for example, learned modern physics. I did not apply any time. Mathematics we apply, physics, chemistry we apply, and engineering subjects like theory of structure, applied mechanics, and designs, and construction, and surveying, and fluid mechanics. All these we apply, and those are our subjects, real subjects, because we use them. Mathematics, arithmetics, all these we apply, trigonometry we apply, coordinates we apply, whatever is applied, that's welcome. And others are supplementary, you can say, supportive. Yes, if I can say, yes, this electric, voltage is there, amperage is there, wattage is there, and resistance and reluctance, and you can say what you call it, capacity, transformer, switch gear. They also learn from field. We use switch gear, but we never thought what's meaning of that. Electrical engineer, no, mechanical engineer, so, but we know something about it. Oh, there's a switch gear in connection with transformer. So what is purpose we did not know, but now we understand from practice here that's purpose. Because it's like a protective device to transformer, because there's no relation otherwise. Transformer transforms a step up and down, and switch gear is only for purpose of protection. So what we say is, means what you learn sometimes is not exactly. I low road railway bridges, and I railways, and water resources. So those are okay. Fine. I can understand something we can get from that. Means my point of view, my basics, my objective is that we should do something what we learn, and it's not necessary to learn everything, but syllabus is like that. You have to learn. Engineering syllabus is very vast actually. It's not whatever you learn in education of BE. It's much vast, and experience is not a part of syllabus. It should be, but it's not. But by unfortunately, it is that engineering designs are not. They may call now apprenticeship you are doing. This is all irrelevant, and quality is not stressed. This quality is not actually taught. What is quality, which is very basics of engineering. Quality and safety, these are very integrated subjects, but they are not actually taught. So later on also these are not taken seriously. No, who takes seriously coming out of university what safety and what's quality and what is contracting and what is how we do. Nobody takes them. So they just want a job. They just want to do quantity survey or designs or whatever, where they can go. I mean, where is that thing demand? We think where's demand or demand? There is no demand for anything. It's demand of work, means you should know everything. I've seen these days certain websites and certain YouTube's videos that they're trying to teach what you should do, learn. You should learn everything. Don't think that you have to learn this and leave that. Engineering is that, means your mind should know what you learn. Your mind is developed. It's only intensity of learning. It's not because you're not learning, going to learn you for example, you say you have to learn building. Building means they call it billing. Unfortunately, this is not billing. Valuation, or this is you can say calculations for finances, financial statements, and quantification is involved in that. Rates are involved in that, and your forecast is also involved in that, and culture of working is also involved in that. So it's not one, means law is involved in that. So there are so many things. Contract and laws are same thing as far as it's concerned. So we cannot simply say, means it's the integrity of subjects that you will learn. If you say quantification, this means quantification comes from designs. So with designs you should know how to read designs, how to read drawings, and if you can, how to do designs. Both are possible. You are a qualified person. You are not expert on design, so you are not expert on nothing actually. You have to become expert. And to become expert is do whatever comes to you. Don't stop. Even if you don't know, try to know that. There is a sequence of work. No work is independent. Yes, you may say you're a designer, but actually you have to do many more activities in designs. You know it very well. You have to understand what design is. Before that, you need feedback. You need specifications. What are working specifications? And based on only those you can design. You cannot devise new specifications. If you have to devise new specifications, that you have to justify. But your device is okay. So designer or not designer, planner or not planner, it's complete, interconnected activities. Somewhere overlapping is there. You are maybe 70%, 80% designer, 20% non-designer. Similarly, side guys, 80% side work and 20% coordination, engineering work or design work. Coordination also included in designs, and communications also included in design, because you have to communicate something about design as well. So you may say that many more planning and plan. Your design charts out planning actually. What do you want to do? And your planning then demands quantity of resources or presence of resources during what duration. So if you take that way, this is a connection. This is a interconnectivity of these activities or these subjects or topics. You can say we cannot simply isolate anything from other one. It's a group of disciplines that work together, and people and group coordinate together. They should. If you are real engineering, practical engineering, you can say. So engineering is something else in this way. Engineering not simply what we can say. This is syllabus of engineering is different, means you cannot do all syllabus in examination as well as in life. Life is say 40 years, 30 years work. In that you may stick to one area and work there for purpose of your expertise. You cannot say today I am in this field and tomorrow I am going to other one and third one. Yes, you can go there, but you have to know from one field at a time in full. If you go to railways, then you have to do railways, you have to do bridges, you have to go to bridge, complete our bridges, complete with design and execution both, and also simply you are in structures, buildings or something. And you have to know about that. First you have to know how to do that. Not only, I would suggest never learn to go to designs directly, because going to design directly means really missing something which you may not realize. Then you become a theoretical person, not a practical one, not a realistic one. And that realistic one is requirement of time. Means now if you understand something and you have seen how works are done, how structures are done. You may get many problems there. You may find you have to find many solutions. In fact, side solutions or work solutions. You will detail you will raise many queries on designs itself. That's really the beauty of our profession. It's we are curious ourselves to clarify. We don't send it to somewhere else. Means we send it to parliament or somewhere. No. We do ourselves, and that's where research work is done. It's kind of research means you have to coordinate or write a bunch of drawings about every architectural, structural services and landscape and whatever others sub-disciplines are. There are a lot of a pool of drawing, a package of drawings, and there are more packages, and then they understand relate to the specification or standard drawings. Only then you can come to what we have to do. You have to follow. There's a clash with architectural and structural drawings, structural and services drawings, or such. There is a clash between drawings specifications and project specifications. All this requires some clarification, and that this you can know only when you go thoroughly with them. You study them thoroughly, and then you raise questions to designers and to others. Give a solution. Means this takes time, and in this computer-oriented world, that's why when we fail, we don't go manually. We just depend on computer. Dependence on computer is fine, but manual is more important. When you do something manually, you see I have to understand this. You can understand better than depending on you don't depend on computer for the information. Yes, drawings are there on computer. You can read, but understanding of drawing and understanding behavior of structure, understanding what is the objective behind that. It's not simply design. You just read drawings and do front, top, plan, elevation, all that, and just go there. That's follow-up job. You have to understand what is the structure for. That's very important. If you understand it means how this is such as work is behave and what's behind this, what's theory behind this, or what's practical idea, what they expect practice how should be transformed to physical entity, and that's very important. Sometimes I know we have to we can relate it to quality, we can relate it to safety only if you understand this. If you don't understand this, then we can only follow. In that case, we cannot do something additional. We cannot lead, and lead is actually, we always say leading is very important in life. Means self-leading leads to others. You lead others. First you lead self, and when you decide that you are successful, you have to self-evaluate. That's your right and your privilege. You first question yourself, and then find answers yourself. That's beauty of engineering. That engineering says, because engineering is based on logic. It's not based on sentiments. It's not based on some kind of plus minus absent sign. Logic is rationalization is very important. Rationalization, and that rationalization is related to presence of materials and presence of resources and presence of everything. All that it depends on that. Materials dominate engineering, and engineering designs dominate engineering, and engineering designs are based on availability of materials. If materials are not available, you cannot design even. And design is based on many mechanisms, many theories, many formulas, and that's very expensive one, because the extension of that is too high, too vast. But it's not for all subjects. Every subject has its own definitions, and we have to understand those definitions. And we have to look into that spectrum what we think is right, not right. So engineering has sometimes very explain it. You can explain a lot in engineering, and also you can just define in 2 words. And that I always say, think and do it. That's it. Don't worry about that. And these 2 words contains whole engineering world. Means you have to think and you get it done. That's it, nothing else. What else is there? And that thinking itself is a great terminology. It's simple in writing, but it's very difficult in working. Thinking is not easy, to be very frank. Engineering may be easy, but thinking is not easy. Thinking relates to subject or object, and only otherwise you will not think anything useful. If you have what your subject, you think on that. You will think 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, and it will go on expanding, and you will look at end result. And that end result shall be perfect one. And if it's not perfect, you think again on that, and you find another perfection or some higher degree of perfection, and third time further higher degree of perfection. And result, you will know more and more of that. because you concentrate on that, and concentration is very important. You are centering yourself on subject and focus, and that focus gives you every information first time, second time, third time, fourth time. As many cycles you apply, just like you say apply cycles of moment distribution on framing, or we apply cycle of thinking. So just like Carney's rotation contribution say, moment distribution says, or whatever method you use in designs or analysis of structure, you find repetition of cycles, and here's the repetition of cycle as well. Your thinking repetition, your assumptions repetition. This way you keep in mind what objects are there, what subjects are there, what theory and applications there. Every thinking you keep in mind that, otherwise you cannot do that. So there's a relation when you think something to these presents, these documents and these designs and these material properties, all that. There's some relation to that, and that relation exists every time. It's realized every time. It's strengthened every time. And the strengthening of information or relation is much more important. This teaches every time. You think that it's nothing new at that time. You think it belongs to you. That theory, that formula, that it is, it's mine. You don't need to read it thoroughly again and again. Just see page and say this written here. So that you can change from word sentence reading to page reading and then to chapters reading. And that's where it's required. That's called moving further and further. And that's experience and experience based. Experience by expertise, and that's much important. That gives you input to research, and you go on to research field. It's not necessarily sit in laboratory and research, do research. It's everywhere with the scholar operational research or activity based research. That research creates method statements, and that queries, and that research creates anything, and that research can even change your designs or shape of designs, or that can do anything. And that's why thinking is very important. Thinking is no end, no start, it's automatic. Whatever you think, you have to keep in mind all project lifestyle, project life, working life, and projects change to operation, that life cycle. So that's what I say. Thinking is a very high level word, though it's very small word. If you say someone think on, it's okay, I'm thinking, what do you want to say think on? Here thinking means that you have to decide yourself what level of thinking you are doing. Thinking is answer to every issue. That's right. That's also an answer. It's not only engineering, but also everywhere you will find that you have to answer. You think yourself. Maybe in the start you cannot think, but you have to. When you go to school, colleges, you think and then study. But you cram also when you can't think. That's also a problem. When you don't understand, you say, okay, let me cram because I have to pass examination. Pass examination more important at the time rather than learning. Is learning okay? I learn later. Let me pass first. So they are passed minutes rather than learning. If you learn, keep on learning, you can't pass. You think that I waste your time. I don't have that much time where I have to think a lot, and then because I have to appear an examination, I have many subjects, and I take time for this. So even if I stay 12 hours a day, I can't pass it. So how can waste time to think? Means that can be an idea in you. It depends upon your mental capacity. If you are allowed to think by your mind, and if you are allowed to think, I think you are the best person, luckiest person in life because you are using God gift. Because thinking is a machine that's called brain, and brain is God gift because brain works without any feedback. It works with its own feedback, and it draws energy from your food, and it thinks in such a speed that sun cannot move and earth cannot move with that speed. Sound cannot move with that speed. This thinking is very powerful, and your mind is so strong. You keep it much more strong. You can get something in life. You can calculate. You can decalculate. You can do something. You can do something. Up to you how you use this mind. It's full of energy, full of everything. And mind means thinking unit, and this is an instrument of thinking that you can use as much as you can use. Sometimes you headache and you use something. And so, for example, I have headache now. No problem, I'm having, but I'm talking to you, and just I'm dissipating energy by that, and also that thinking is my property. It's my right approach. I have full right to think. Thinking no one can stop, because this God gift. God is thinking because that's what I think. God is thinking. No, I'm not thinking, but God helps. God helps everybody who thinks, because God says you think, and because you think, then you will get some better results. You will apply in a better way. You will not even you will not act like devil, but you will act like God acts. Means it's God. You're God's person that time. And if you are used to thinking, means you can know a lot, and you can do a lot, and you can solve problems, because your capacity of thinking increases, enhances, augments all time, and that thinking is mind enlarges its aura. Mind moves on. Of course, there's maybe some problem with scanning. There is some problem of your mind file is opening late, but it opens ultimately. And this sometimes it looks like that you are losing memory. You don't lose memory, actually files are opening, actually files are opening little late, just like it happens in your computer that your files are not opening because files are very heavy, or your system is very much blocked or locked. If that it happens in our scale at Traveling. So when I talk about engineering, I don't talk about engineering, I talk about mind, because mind is engineering mind itself is engineering power. It doesn't mean you do physical engineering, you can do every field is engineering. Even sometimes you can say your finance field is engineering, your social field is engineering, and you can say law is engineering, if that we consider. To do something is, it can be called, engineer is a verb here, means it's like that, engineering, do something, to create something based on mind principle and based on logic, not based on sentiments. When you go to temple to worship, that's not engineering, that's your visiting sentimentally, you are visiting emotionally, you don't have any logic, but okay, that's your private affair. But when you apply something in life, either for your benefit or for benefit of others, is you do some service and you charge for that. You have to do some work there, and that work is also engineering because you are doing something based on thinking. And that's for example, even for a tailor makes a shirt, stitches a shirt, and that's also part of engineering because that is a production engineering. You are converting using process one cloth into stitched one is with a clothes one. So that we also engineering. And you can say, because it's not necessary to be a heavy engineering, you can do light engineering everywhere. Means you are using some material, some resources, and converting it useful resources, useful material. And that's why we say that natural resources use is engineering. When you use natural resources for benefit of society or benefit of everyone, we call it using it for development, and that's what engineering is about. And engineering is that. It's very important for us to understand that saying thanks for accepting my advice. Okay, fine, welcome. That's all I can say. Fine, welcome. Thank you, Mr. Allen Ricard. Okay, thanks a lot. You joined. Oh. Definition of engineering is therefore very different every day, and that's why I'm inclined to talk on that issue regularly. I teach myself also because you think, I tell you every time. We may hesitate one time, second time, somebody hesitates. I too used to hesitate when I started these videos, or I used to write in Facebook or somewhere else in public. Before Facebook also I used to write on hintoday.com or indiagrid.com or somewhere else to LinkedIn, means wherever you could get an opportunity of public forum and express your views. In beginning, it's very difficult, It's very difficult because you do not know what will be the reaction, how shall people think, and what are their remarks. But now I don't take it to that serious level. I know that it's public platform and everybody is using it. The only thing you use it for your benefit, public benefits, okay. You just used to waste it, that was nothing, no meaning at all. Because after all, this is expensive one. We pay for internet and we use our electrical bill and also time. And thanks to those forums, which those investors who use this forum, who created this forum. Politically it may be something else. I'm not talking politics. So politics is nothing to do. Politics is not intellectual field. That's field of the opportunist. But it impacts on everybody. That's also true. So when I say that life is different if you think every day like this, and you are in profession of engineering, or not. Even if you are not in profession of engineering, you are in different profession, or you are different profession and you are working differently, then you can say that that really means life is that. Mm, Engineering means It can be plus or minus both. I'm not saying you do plus only, it can be minus also. Innovative engineering, or you can say just sometimes you have to use, for example, some scientists converts the knowledge to nuclear bomb production, though it's negative one. But that's also engineering, means you're going to destroy something, you're planning to destroy something, though it may not be used, but it's deterrent one. Yet it's negative power, and negative power is engineering actually. To be very frank, mathematics, science, everything can be negative powers. Negative power is more powerful than positive power because we can see positive power. We cannot see negative power, that's very important. Our whole body is made of negative power itself. We can't see soul. Can you see soul? You can't see soul. Soul means Atma in talking. Spirit. We can see our body, parts of body, everybody can see. We can see physical existence of this universe, of this solar system. But what's basics behind that? That's negative value. Negative value is important, not negativism. See, there's a difference. I'm talking of negative value. I'm not talking of negative attitude. Negative attitude is different. That's when you do not work, or you deny something, or you run away. That's I'm not talking about. I'm not saying run away. Contribute, participate. But negative is negative. Negative is father of positive. Mathematics says that. I'm not saying that. It says minus, plus, and plus minus. Combination of this in various calculations. When you say minus plus minus, it goes on to minus and minus and minus. You add 10 minus 8, it will be minus. But if you say plus and minus, whichever is higher, that will be the result, right? As higher is of minus and lower is plus in value, so result will be minus. And you multiply plus and minus, answer will be minus. But if you multiply minus and minus, answer will be plus. So these are such type of combinations are there. Negative is actually nuclear world. Electron, neutron, and proton. We see in science we learn all that. Atomic physics we learn all that. And whenever you say even a system, computer on which you are working, this is minus. Micron, that's 10 to the minus 6. Maybe many of you do not realize this fact. But these chips which you are working, this system by and this machine language, digital 0, 1 based we are talking, we are using, is all negative value based. Projection is positive value. Monitor projection is positive, but silicon chip that's working, that's negative. So that negative is say 10 to the power minus 6. I say this is a part of engineering, maybe IT or known, but this is a basic common engineering that minus 6 micron we say. So positive is what? How is the projections? 10 to the power plus 6. So with that you can generate formula. Excel sheet. What is Excel sheet? It's Lotus 1, 2, 3. How we use it? Every cell is connected to calculator. Just imagine that. Every cell of Excel or Lotus 1, 2, 3 is connected or linked to calculator, but we cannot see that calculator. You can use 1000 cells together and calculate universally. By linking them, you'll find results. I customized my formula on Excel, and there are so many softwares which under hidden they are connected to worksheet, but they say this is mine one, this is our one. Okay, fine. You can use that. You can do so. So it is up to you. Means no Excel teacher would teach everything. You can experiment that yourself. You can formalize whatever engineering formula or some other formula. You do Excel. It's well done. There's no issue on that. It takes some time. You have to apply your mind for that. It's not exactly that you go to formula effects some. No, that's not awesome. That's very elementary one. It's not question about some alone. There are so many. You have to understand that point. Understanding is very important, and moreover, do not hesitate by speaking, because it doesn't matter if you speak grammatically or using correct translation. Communication is okay, that's it. I have seen people these days, they don't use the structured English, but no problem. Means you are at least some language you are using, because you can use your own language also. There's no harm in that. That's also welcome. But only problem is limit of communication. If I use Hindi, which is my mother tongue, I cannot communicate my message to those all whom I want. I want to communicate message to south part, east part, west part, overseas, Africa, Arab. Means in that way, if you think the world is your society, you have to be ready for everybody. And so for that there is one language, and that doesn't mean I am slave to English. because this is a language that communicates, and you don't waste much time on learning it. It's your subject. When engineering is science of this, maybe in some areas it's in mother tongue, but now generally speaking it's in a communication language, and that is English. So English is for everybody. This doesn't mean it's a patent of English people, not at all. It's communication, just like we use sign language, just like we laugh, just like we smile, just like we talk by eyes, just like we see body language. So this is same. Why should I worry about this? So we should take it in engineering fashion. Engineering is for everybody. Engineering is not for India. This engineering, Pakistan is this engineering, or England is this. Engineering is same. Medical is same. Body is same. So let us unify like this. Engineering is my language, as equally important to Hindi, which is also my language. Sanskrit is also my language. That way we have to think ownership of language. Why to say it's language of England or language of America and so that? No, that's not okay, that's fine. So why I say that? When I say thinking has no language, remember. Thinking, when I was learning my engineering, one of our very professor, Amar Khan, was our private class teacher, and used to say, you are speaking English, but when you can calculate something, don't calculate in English. You will take much time. So better calculate in your own way, in your mother tongue, you'll get it much better. So that's a fact also. When you say you are calculating something in mind, you use your mother tongue because you know that. But when you write something or speak something, you speak in English because people can understand. Calculations people cannot, that's not communicable. You can't communicate calculation, you can communicate results only. So that's the point. So it's to us things. I consider it's a part of engineering. Communication is very important in engineering. Communication, you can say, it's half success in engineering. If you can communicate to your worker, if you can communicate to your junior, if you communicate to yourself, if you communicate to your heads, if you communicate to everyone so that it's clear what work is done. Why there are so many lapses in quality and in safety or in some other way? There's a lapses in methods, it's because lack of communication. Drawing itself is a communication unit, you see. It's a communication format. Drawing is not the engineering drawing we meant. What is that actually? We call drawing as language of engineering. Yes, it's language of engineering. It's not simply language. It's command of engineering. It's not simply language. It's method of communication. It tells you what you are going to do. Only those who know that, they can understand. There are plans, elevations, sections, and details, and terminologies, and so much on that. It takes time sometimes. Even expert people sometimes take a lot of time to understand drawings, because drawings cannot be understood directly by looking at one drawing. You have to coordinate with 10 drawings, 5 drawings, 6 drawings, depending on what type of project is that. If that is structural project, if it's a road project, there's something else. You have to deal with sewer line, water line, electrical cable, or some other culvert like that only. But in structural work, in buildings work, in other works which are of high importance, and which take a lot of time and which are used for the public directly for years together, those are different type of projects. And where hundreds and thousands of drawings are there. For example, bar bending scale, you will say. You think bar bending scale is so easy? Some people say yes, it is easy as far as calculations are concerned. You can use your method, your codes are DS446, which is no more valid. Now it's for 8466, and you can use that. It means you can calculate cutting length. You can know what shape it is. But fabrication person should know what he has to do. That is last, that's end worker, end user of your calculation. End user is who is steel fixer, bar bending, the person who cuts it, bar. That person should know what is cutting length, how that person has to use that. So your communication is required to go that point. And if you can't reach that point, your work is useless. Engineering means it should go work, that's it. Whatever you do, it should functionally work. That is engineering. But I say, think and do it. That's simple. Think and do it, that's one part. And if that part is successful, means answer is check and act. If that part is successful or not successful, you have to check it. Only then you can decide this is successful or this is not successful. And if it is successful, fine, you have done your job. And if it's not successful, then you have to check where's the problem. And once you find problem, you solve that problem. And you solve that problem, again work is done. So sequence is over. It goes again and again, one time, second time, third time, for infinite time. So, and BBS, that's called bar binding discussion, very big document, very heavy document, heavy in a sense that it's very, very narrow work, very, very, minute work. Everybody cannot do that. Only person that knows how it is done can do that. Even still fixer is not doing very heavy job, but very important and significant job. Carpenter is little different. Carpenter cannot use that brain which he still fixer uses. So it's kind of classification of responsibilities. Carpenter is very heavy. It's not that narrow-minded work. Means if there's a 1 millimeter, 2 millimeter, means it's kind of different. Like it's seen there's a shutter, column shutter, beam shutter. It's all shutters, but size are defined and he knows what to do. There is no schedule for that. The drawing is there, dimension, you take out dimension, and only you have to know fixing method, how to fix it. Means I have to give this size, this fraction. What's the best way for that? That you have to decide. And if you decide that best way, means sometimes what happens is art also. Art. When I started my career, I still remember that day, though I don't remember everything. In Iraq I was, I went from Bharat to Iraq, and I worked in government here for 6 years. You know how I was a consultant type supervisor, because here we did not do ourselves work of engineering. We from department contracts are appointed for work. We are used to go and supervise. So we are not involved in direct applications of work, direct execution. We just used to supervise contractors' works. So it's contractor who has to do job. Contractor will not ask me how to do. Contractor knows everything. They know how to, but they are okay, we supervise, I'm doing this, check and pay, measure and all that. And means I was like a kid that time, just I think about 19 years old or 20 years old. So what is your experience? I was zero, you can say. I realize now I was zero in contracting, in supervising. Means we were just employed. But we were not suited for that, to be very frank. And it's not why my case alone, though like that everybody was there. And contractors were not professional. Engineers were not professional. Professional means real professionals. And they're just taking measurement and making bill is not professional. Just going to site and okay, fine, you have done it. You do not know what he has done it, because you have done it. Because your senior has done it. Has he done according to specifications? And to be very frank, I did not know specifications. I knew the specifications, but I have to study that. I knew I should study that because I certified that work has been done according to specification or CPW specification. That certificate given after every bill or every measurement. When he writes something, you say, when you certify some bill, say certified that this activity or this work has been done according to CPW. We certify everywhere, but is that we never think this certificate is valid or not valid, because I have signed, my boss has signed, my senior has signed, so it is valid. But is it really truth? It's not truth, it's fake. All certificates are fake. To be very frank, correctly speaking. We don't supervise. We supervise activities. We don't supervise specifications. And we say, okay, contract is done. Right, you have done very good. Slab is cast. How it is cast, I don't know. That's another point. In those days, there was no RMC. No ready mix concrete. Ready mix on site. Why mix? We say we would mix that way, and it's a volumetric measurement. It's not weight measurement. In those times, only volume 1 to 4, 1, 1, 3, like that we used to measure. So, okay, this was normal supervision. What I am saying is now time has changed. We have to raise quality standard. In those days, specifications were important, not quality. See, the terminology is different. You are not doing work for specification. Specification means quality actually. Today also specification is. It's not simply quality, it's specification. And classes of specification, project specification, journal specification, national specification, this is specification, American specification, England specification, Bharat specification. They are not one you can say anything, and you can prescribe your specification as well. So what I say is, engineer has to understand what he has to do. Follow-up is not required, lead is required. Everybody cannot be follower and everybody cannot be leader, but those who are serious. I know people, 90% people are not serious. That's very much truth. You may accept or you may not. Facts cannot be declined, cannot be denied. I can't condemn fact. So I say, when you work in field, you have to understand quality, what quality is. This word is very different, QALITY. This is not what people think. You have to think what is quality. ISO 9001 is just a person or a body that says this is standard, adopt like this. This you can say is a principle specifier. It is defines what principles you have to follow. More than that, it also doesn't do anything. Standards organizations called ISO, International Standard Organization. It can give you just support. It cannot mandate you quality. You have to decide what quality is. It doesn't believe in quality only. It believes in systems quality. There's a difference. People have to realize this fact. Quality, when we talk total quality, it doesn't mean quality only. Quality means what we understand is quality. It doesn't test only or doesn't mean check only. It means system quality. Your system must follow, must comply with quality requirements. And what are quality requirements? That's where ISO stands for. This is requirement. We have to apply everything according to activity, according to codes, according to specification documents, according to industrial practice, according to manufacturer's instructions and recommendations, and according to what you think is right or what you think is wrong. It's that, and not you alone. Not activity alone, whole system of your organization, system of supervisor organization, system of client organization, and system in public, system of law, system of workers, system of machines. Everything is involved there. You have to comply and agree with everything. And if it suits that work you do, otherwise you check why it's not suiting, why does it not suit. That's very fine. If I understand this method, say I buy some material from manufacturer, chemical manufacturer, construction chemical manufacturer. This is very, very dangerous item. Manufacturers produce certain items which are acid based or the chemical based or some other, which very, very risky items. It can cause problems on site, hazards on site. We have to understand that. We have to see catalog of that, data sheet of that one. We have to screen this, we have to understand this, and after all, because that party is professional. Construction chemical manufacturer is a professional. That is not a shop. It's not a tea shop. It's not a kulcha shop. It's a shop which gives you some proprietary item. And proprietary means where there's a patent on that. That person has done research work on that, on whatever item you want to buy, curing compound or epoxy compound or whatever repair compound or whatever technical material you buy from that manufacturer. That manufacturer is not an ordinary, it's not an electrical shop. It is a shop based on research. This is a counter. This is a showpiece of research laboratory. They conduct research everywhere and then produce something that's called proprietary material. Only that party can give you, no other party can. You remember that. Other party will do sound research and they will produce. So you cannot consider that as a contractor or a supplier or a vendor. It's a vendor in commercial sense, but not in professional sense. That vendor is expert. Professional is expert. So that person knows what is that material. I cannot fight with that person as far as technology is concerned, because that person's responsibility is to do everything according to test, according to research. And that person takes responsibility, accepts that I am responsible for this. There is a claimer on that, provided circumstances lie beyond me. If circumstances go beyond my control, I am not going to be held responsible for this. These are conditions under which I am selling this product. I agree with that. How can that person take responsibility on my site? I have to take care of my site. If there is something written specifically in that manufacturer's data sheet, then you have to take this precautionary measure. And if I do not comply with that, that's my fault. If I comply with that and I have to prove I complied with that, then that person is responsible. And that person doesn't say I'm not responsible. And you have to not only comply with what says, you comply with safety measures, you have to comply with working methods, you have to comply with everything that, because it's a hazardable material, it can impact your people and it can be you, and also temperature controls and weather controls and storing this shelf life and all that. This is involved everywhere. So we have to be clear about that. This is all part of quality system. Again, I'm saying not quality. That is a part of system, this manufacturer. Similarly, we buy steel reinforcement. That's also a part of system, because steel reinforcement doesn't come just by its own. You have to take out iron ore, you have to produce extract materials from that. First you have to mine it, then you have to extract material by processing, then you have to process whole and produce steel by various thermodynamics process, melting, boiling, this and that, and quenching and all that, and then many chemicals are added in that, and then you get steel, and then it's delivered to you. So you think it's easy? It's completely a part of system. It's the responsibility of that manufacturer. That steel has this much tensile stress, this much yield stress, this is everything is what's bending value, what is this, and all that is involved in that. But people do not know that. They do not know because we don't teach them. That's a part of quality. Complete quality system. It may be whoever manufacture all over the world, they define their quality, they define its contents, and we have to know them. We never even ask for data sheet except those builders and promoters or those who buy this in bulk for their projects. They demand because they are bound to demand because of specifications. Specifications say you have to use 415 or 615 or this and that. This yield stress you have to use. So you have to prove you use that, and that manufacturer has to prove it. Then there's a complete mill scale and everything. It comes with your batch, and then you have to establish it. You have to use it, test it. And then there's a proper storing conditions. You are not using you are not just leaving it here on the site, guys, on soil, rain and moisture, and things spoil the rusts. So where is quality? See, my question is entirely different. I'm not particularly against someone, but where is quality? But what is purpose of steel? If you're not going to that purpose, you're not getting that purpose, why you're using it? Steel is for certain technical purpose. For certain there's a problem in concrete, that's why you use steel. Means we call it reinforcement. What's the actual meaning of reinforcement? Have you thought of? It's very, very clear. My teacher in when I was studying in diploma or in he taught me what's reinforcement. We have borders, right? Every country has borders. We have armies, defense forces there. There's a war, right? Say our forces died, sacrificed. What happens? We fall short of, or even if otherwise we feel short of it. So they come on, send reinforcement. We are short of something, you send it to replenish that it happens or not. What does it mean? This means we have a material called concrete. This is a very, very important material. This is not one unit material, there are many ingredients involved in that. And every ingredient is because of crushing or because of mining, we get that. Chemicals, we get that. And we get cement, which is also another complicated material. All these combinations results into an artificial stone, and that's called concrete. Concrete is our own process of development, raw development and hard development. One is manufacture, means when you manufacture it, then you produce green concrete, that's one process, and then gets a strength throughout life, it's another process, that is performance of concrete. But what is the role of steel there? Only engineers understand it. Why only engineer understand this? Point is that why don't public understand this? When public can understand law, public can understand national budget, public can understand railways, public can understand. See, why do they not understand? Like food they understand, flour they understand, vegetable they understand, kitchen items they understand. Why don't they understand what for steel is used? Just because we have to use why use them? They should know that. And this is duty of engineer to educate people. Because you are serving them, you should tell them what I am serving for. This is your duty. He is your client, that party is your client, and you are service provider. You should tell them this is the purpose of the steel. And if you don't tell them, you do not do your duty. Because you are using this. Manufacturer shall not tell them, because manufacturer is not clear, it's not duty of manufacturer. Manufacturer has given you data sheet, that gives you a procedure. It's your duty to tell the user this is this problem. If I don't use it like this will cause a problem to you in future. Nobody tells that. Okay, use it. This is where is quality then. If honor that final user, that honor of building, that does not know I have used them. Yes, I use concrete. I have used so many bags of cement. I use so many tons of steel. Why did you use it? Right? So, being an engineer, what's my duty? Only I can teach because I am expert. I am expert professor here. For that party, I am a professor because I am professional. What is the relation between professional and professor? Well, I know something. I am equivalent to a professor there because I am doing that job. I do that job. This means that person does not know what I have done and I have done. It's same thing as doctor. When doctor prescribes something, that doctor clearly tell patient, I have given this prescription, use this tablet or capsules or how many times a day, and this is purpose of it. This is duty of doctor. If you ask that person, if is it not your duty? We don't tell. I mean, I myself or architect or whoever is there involved, that does not tell that. So we do not do our duty. That person shall not know how to take care of this. You are not there all time, so steel is lying on road or on soil or in water, rain there, everything there, and is rusted. So who created that rust? Question is that. Who is responsible for the rust? It's not going to be removed now because it's practically impossible. It is possible, I cannot say impossible, but that costs a lot. Can you do sandblasting on that, grid blasting on that? It takes, if you have to bring blasting machine, you have to bring grit and sand, clear that, bring it to its complete original shape. It's cost. But why did it happen? Why no precautionary measure was taken to prevent moisture entry into that? Who is responsible for that? This is one part. And also, we use cement everywhere. Everybody knows cement is every kid knows, every worker knows. Everybody knows cement is there. So this is so famous material. Without this, nothing is possible. They know cement. They don't know about fine sand. They don't know about coarse sand. They don't know about stone rock. They don't know about stone dust. They don't know about water quality. But they know there is cement. Oh, cement is less. I ate cement. He sold cement. He did not use cement. That's why this building has fallen or material is very bad. I mean, these are common comments, general comments. We know it as civil engineer. I know it, and it's everywhere. Not in this country. Sometimes even foreigners say that, though there's no chance of such criminality in other countries, but still our people have taught them because we use that in our country. So my question is again same: where is quality? Ordinary person doesn't know what is cement. They know yes, cement is used, or what is cement, what's purpose of cement, what is manufactured of, what does it contain. People don't know. Even suppliers don't know. And those people who manufacture it, they will never tell you because you won't come in their contact. They will simply, this is best one, advertisement policy. This is best one, cheapest one and best one. Not more than that. Your building shall not fall. It is rust resistant. All this nonsense they will advertise, and you accept that because you do not want to know something else. It's your money. See, it's your money. When you go to buy 5 kilogram vegetable, you want to see it very good. Is it fresh or no? Oh, it's not rotten. It's not septic. You want to see for that 25 rupees or 50 rupees purchase. You want to go to some shop to buy something else. There you ask question, we are going to spend 50 rupees or 100 rupees. But here we are going to spend lakhs and millions of rupees. You are not raising any question. You don't raise any question before a promoter who charges millions of rupees from you. You don't ask what's your design. Show me your structural design. I want to call one engineer and discuss how this design. You never raise this question. Oh, when will you give me that? Just tell me when you do this building. What's the delivery date? I want that to take money. I'll give it up, no problem. You are ready to pay millions of rupees without knowing what is going to construct. That is difference. Your anxiety, this is psychology. Consumer's anxiety to get product without knowing whether or not you will get that product. Means you are ready to pay your life saving to that party which has planned to capture your money like this. And you are successful. They are successful. You are failed. When that plot, that house, that flat does not come to you, then you start thinking, oh, I lost my money. He cheated me. You were cheated, you say, but you don't know. You did not do your job. You did not raise question. You did not ask him to show me evidence. Is that not right? Why do you believe that person? That person is a commercial one. That person wants to make money. That is his job to speak lies to you. And only speaking lies works there. So what's wrong in speaking lies? Simple. If just by speaking lies, you get success. Why should you use, why should you speak truth? You are not Harish Chandra, you are Mani Chandra, you are Paisa Chandra. Why you worry about that? You are getting money and that's it. So what I am saying is, uh, quality is widened actually. Quality is not limited to cement or water. It's to be connected and spread over system, not one system, many systems. Every party is involved, it's system. That system quality has to be understood, and that system quality is first to be understood by professionals, and then they can communicate it to others. This point we have to understand. I'm not talking about IS 9001, I'm talking about applications of quality. Just like building has hundreds of items, every building has hundreds of items, which we may speak concrete building and all that, but there are hundreds of items involved in that, in building, and those items are logically used. It's not simply because we have interest to use them. These are logical. Even the smallest item is logical. Concrete is a prime element. That's why we talk about concrete or brick or blocks, concrete blocks, or some important flooring. These are prime items. So we majorly talk about them. We never talk about totality of project. Quality means that. When I say quality, I mean that. I don't mean only controls. I don't mean only quality controls or test controls. Controls are, supporting elements to achieve that quality. That point we have to understand. Still we have very little disciplines in engineering, that we just sectionalize like, oh, this is design engineering, this is planning section, this is construction section, this is safety section, this is quality section, this is valuation section. Like this, we limit that. But in those sections, there are further specialization. But our engineers, including myself, have not attended fully towards that. We just think, let it go on what is going on, what I can do alone. That point we stop. This is not politics we are talking people's problem. I don't care if Prime Minister doesn't think of prayer. I think I have to think. That's it. My thinking is important. And there are millions of engineers in this country and every country. If we think that way, problems shall solve, because once engineer decides something, no one can change it. If every engineer decides something, if every engineer speaks same language, what shall somebody do? That's the point that we should worry about. That point we should worry about and we should think about. And we don't think that that's the point where we fail. So thinking is very important. And that's why I say thinking is last resort. Last resort. And stops. If thinking stops, solution stops. Thinking is not what people think about. Thinking is a command. It's virtual command. You have to apply on everything. Like, as I said, quality. This is very small, I have told you. Quality is not that small. If you just go into details of quality, you will find many more requirements. But everything we don't want to explain to everybody. Then professionalism is required. Everybody cannot be that. But minimum is a must. Minimum. That's a must. If we have to learn quality, then we have to change our attitude. Our attitude is that we believe in show business. We believe in talking. We believe in PowerPoint presentation type debates. We don't believe in seriousness. Why we talk about something, this happened on this project and this happened on, no use about that. You tell us, was that qualitative? That's my question. If you think that is quality successful, then that is your restriction. I can find many points there which were not complied with. So where is quality then? Quality doesn't mean your building should be beautiful, the structure should be beautifully plastered or rendered, or having straight line and many decorations or architectural requirement there. I'm not talking about that. That's not required in structure. Structure is same as your body. If your anatomy fails, what shall you do? If your kidney fails, what shall you do? If a heart attack, what shall you do? Means like that, your eyes are broken, what shall you do? It's like structure. Structure is that, building structure, flyover structure, or whatever else. It's same. Structure is not for namesake, it's for achievement. Structure is life. If structure is bad, everything is bad. We cannot stop at that point. We have to take that into our calculations that life does not stop at certain point. We have to be very, very serious there. And if you are not serious, how can you manage? You cannot manage. And particularly that's why I say I don't use word manage, I use word organize. Organization means everybody is involved. In management, there is a kind of pride comes in. Engineering is not that kind of pride. Engineering is assembly, engineering is synthesis, engineering is analysis, and engineering is fire, engineering is water. Everything it is. We can evaporate water, we can extinguish fire with same one. You result in fire in many plants, refineries, always you find risk of fire. Is it right or not? Fire spoils all your plant because there was some error, you did not take care. There was some blast, you did not take care. That's why I say it's very important to understand thoroughly everything. Engineering has many subjects, I know. Those subjects are very useful, that I also know. And without that we cannot move. And engineering is not shown in papers, it's shown in works. When we do hard work, brain work, mind work, every work in field to produce something, it's sacrifice. Sacrifice of those who supervise, sacrifice of those poor workers who work there. Can you think of them? You can never think of them, but you are supposed to think for them. You keep yourself in place of that worker, or lowest class of worker, who does 8 hours a day in sun. Works, can you work? Yes, you are rich, you have money, you can buy services, that's okay. But can you work in that place where that worker is working? That work is working for you. Of course you are paying something to that worker, but that is not for exchange. It's not equivalent to that person's work. There's a fixed rate that you are charging, but that worker works by body, by mind, by soul for you. That worker doesn't care for its health. That worker doesn't care for maybe he falls sick after that. That worker doesn't care. That will fall ill. He may be struck by sun, by solar heat. So you have to keep that point. That worker works for you. So you have to be in that place as well. It's also a part of safety. You say quality and safety. Safety means maintenance of good health at job or at home. Everywhere it is required. If you are a human being, you would think that way. If you no, I am only money minded, then I have no answer. Those people who are money minded, nobody can explain to them. Those people who are idiots, nobody can explain to them. Those people who are ready to accept something, only those people can be. We can conduct debate together. I am not saying I know more than you. I never claim that. I may know very little. You may know more. You may know more, and you can teach me also. I don't deny that. But question is not teaching or not teaching. Question is what is your contribution? That's important. Activism, that is important. Are your activities going to work for them, or your activities only for speeches? That is the point here. Some people only speak. They know they cannot do it, but they speak. They justify in their speeches that that's right what they are saying. It may be completely wrong, but they can justify that this is right because they have communicative power, they have oral skills, and that oral skills cheats everybody. Because those people who do something, who can deliver, they remain so busy in delivering activities that they don't have time to speak undue terminology. They don't use undue terminologies, and undue means your work is so important for you, because when you don't speak, your work speaks, and that work is real work. It's not fabrication. So engineering is what, if you work in engineering, you may not be a good writer, you may not be a good orator, but you are a professional. Your job is to deliver. If you can deliver, it's fine, but that delivery should be oriented on safety and quality and good design. And if good design is done on site, I think that is success. If good design is not done on site, that is not success. That is failure of both site work and design work. If budget is produced by central government, that budget doesn't what say, there's no meaning of that budget. If you at end of year see what was allotted and why was not spent, there's no question, nobody raises this question. Why this money was not spent? What are barricades there? You just next year allot same budget. This means you are allowing everything not to use. Why there's no question this budget was not used? Why ultimately? This means your people did not work, right? If you did not use budget in 12 months, this means your people did not work. Their event is lapped, or they were not interested. This was only political game that you provided this money. Either of these two. So why this was not used? You may say overuse, okay, overuse, but it's used somewhere. If it's beneficial, it's really okay, fine, that's acceptable. But no use means what? So this means there was no action, there was no proposal, it was just a stunt to provide that money in budget. Same thing is here. There is a stunt, you provide some detail and don't do it on site. If you don't do it, who shall do it? Why are you not serious? I am not saying engineers should not enjoy life. You have every right to enjoy life. But first enjoy engineering. Engineering is more than enjoying. It doesn't mean you should laugh. It doesn't mean you should jump or dance. You enjoy in your mind. This is engineering. This is my religion. I consider engineering as religion because you are doing something for earth. If you produce a building, you produce a canal, you produce a railway line, you produce a water sewage plant, you produce whatever you produce, you are doing something for people of world. Those people are going to use them. And you are also going to stop sludge lying here and there. People using spreading outside. You are also stopping that dirt. So that's what I say. Service to people, service to God is ultimately ownership by whom this earth is owned by God. That fact we cannot deny. Yes, there is no document, sub-registrar's document with triangular seal on back. It's not there, and that's not required as there's a registrar is there as well. And another registrar is there, universe registrar. That has a register which has many triangle on back side of that document. And that's where registration is done. Your registration is document registration, but that registration is complete registration. So don't worry about that. You have to prove that is quality actually. You think yourself means what I say, if you compare your body itself, you can understand value of quality. Believe me. You think what is your body, you talk to your body and think what you are. That is first magic. I think that best start of thinking. If you start thinking your body, you will become an engineer. I mean, you will understand what engineering is. Think of yourself. I think even a layman or even a person who never went to school, that person can understand what is engineering or what is system. In fact, I should say system. We are all group of systems. We all are group of systems, and that's best one. That's best thing I can say. What's this? Yeah. If I take your body, I'm talking of human body, or you want to take the body of animal. It's same thing. Means sorry, I took some drop of water. When I say body, what do you think of this body? I am saying about this body many times, explained also. If I consider my body, how did it originate? and where it is now and where should it go. I'm not talking of length, I'm just talking systematic, how it works. It starts from very one atom, very maybe not atom, you can say electron. Electron is smallest particle in one atomic structure or in element. That electron is not visible. With that electron and another electron from someone else, you start building a body. Think on that. That two particles, electron particles, take couple of months to produce a body based on some other material available. You know what that material is. Then this machine produces it completely, means whole body in very small size is produced. Baby is produced, and that is live, that is not without existence, it's live body. We do not know total process of that. No one knows in this world what is that. Yes, we know this is production like this part, that part, this part, that part, this is it. Relative information we know. We don't know original information. Who makes it? Point is that. Who is engineer behind that? You think here is a, yes, this is body. This is a product. Two applicants applied for this spare, for this part, for this car. Two applicants applied and their application was sanctioned, and you are getting delivery for this body in very small form. This body is ready. Now you assume this is ready and you got it. Forget behind what was there. If I go into then they will say he's talking spiritualism and he's talking that I don't want to reflect myself as a guru. No, I don't want that. This body is with you and this body works, you can't stop it. This just takes some small item to eat, and after that it works, it develops itself using sun, using air, everything, and it grows up, and then it becomes full body after some time. Your contribution is what? Just giving food to that one, giving some clothes to that one, not more than that. Maintenance of body of a kid. This body develops automatically. How it develops, do you know? Where is factory? Where is plant? But it develops. This means whole universe is a plant for this. But who is managing? Who is organizing that? It has how many parts now? You are whatever age. We have mind, eyes, nose, lips, teeth, tongue, ear, whole eyes, body, and all parts we have. And no part is functionless. That's also true. No part of this body is functionless. You take whatever part, head function, eyes function, nose function, lips function, teeth function, tongue function, and cheeks function, ear function, neck function, heart function, kidney function, liver function, arms function, fingers function, leg function, foot. Is there some part which is function free? Just consider like that. Every part is important, functionful, and if you miss one part, you feel psychological ill. Oh, I lost my arm, I lost my feet, I lost my this. You feel as if you lost something and you cannot replace it also, because no spare part is available in this engineering. This is perfect part forever. It's spare part is required where life is limited of that part. Where spare part is, oh, this part is going to end, so we have to provide a spare part for replacing this part. But here there is no replacement first of all, so no need of spare part. But every part is a system. If your mind is there, this mind has support of all parts. Eyes support it, then it can visualize, yes, this I can see through eyes. I can get oxygen and nitrogen and argon through nose. I can listen to through my eyes, and what my tongue speaks, I can speak. What my eyes think, I can speak. Like that, every part of body is functionful. It's functionary, you can say, functionary. Why don't you understand this, that there are so many systems in our body? head itself is a system, eye is a system, nose is a system, neck is a system, and other parts all are systems, and you will find all specialist medicos to treat these parts. This means our body is a group or assembly of systems, right? How many systems are there, we do not know. Internal systems are also there, and system of regeneration itself is a system for women and for men both. So is it system or not? So how many systems are there? This means every body can have many systems. Similarly, every project can have many systems, and there are. When we construct building or some other thing, we simply do not construct building, we install in that building, in that structure, systems. Many systems, surveillance systems, SCADA system, CCTV system, building management system, or other systems, firefighting system, or you can say fire suppression system, foundation system, earthing system, electrical blocking system, and you can say mechanical system, HVAC system, or many more. You provide that. So where is difference between this and that? Only difference is we do not know who is designer for this body, who is engineer for this body, and we know I am engineer for this project. That's only difference. So there is engineer also, maybe remote controlling engineer, just like we have metro train these days or some other trains. So this is not driverless train, but that is not actually driverless, it's all fake. Drivers there, only difference is this operator sits remote, that's all. So my engineer is sitting remote, simply that's my assumption, and that is sitting. So that my car in which I am traveling, this body, is systemized by that power whom I can't see. Yes, I feel that is there, but I can't see. That talks to me, will talk to me, maybe soul to soul, not body to body. So what is then value? Is you find any quality lapse in the system? Tell me. If you find some quality lapse, that is because of your mistake, not because of God's mistake. God never does it. Even if that some part doesn't work, other parts work so much more important, much more, multiple times, then energy should normally work. So we say that system is very important in human body, that we have to understand this fact. And if we can understand this fact, we can understand everything. That's also very true. And it's also very true then. So what I mean to say is that we cannot take quality for granted. If we take quality for granted, this means we are cheating, we cheat ourselves. It's something new I'm telling you. Quality is not your dependent, it's a requirement. You cannot decide that you have to do quality work. It is a requirement. You are paid for that. And that person who wants to buy that product that you are manufacturing, that person pays lifelong earning. So you or promoter have no right to not to produce quality. If you don't produce quality, it's a sin, in fact. You have to respond. How you do, that is methodology, that is technology, that is engineering. You are paid for that. And if you ignore this, you are ignoring not only quality, you are ignoring honesty also. Because it is you who are engineer in this sphere, nobody else. It is your responsibility. It's not responsibility of that owner or government or prime minister. It's your responsibility to deliver quality. And you cannot say no. If somebody stopped you, you have to tell who stopped you. If somebody stopped from doing that quality, then that person should be punished, simply. And you punish him, whoever is it. Because you are doctor of your job. No patient or no other person can stop you from operating something. Just like doctor operates, only he takes consent, that's it. You have already consent that you are a project in charge or project manager or project organizer, and you have every right to take care about your baby, and that's your baby. Quality is one of those babies, safety is one of those babies, health is one of those babies, environment is one of those babies, ergonomics is one of those babies, and your engineering formula, engineering methods and everything, you have to apply on that production. And that's very important point. I always say you have to change your attitude. Change is important. Don't fix your attitude. Don't keep it as, oh no, I hesitate, I am just an engineer and that is honor. I don't have trigger of gun with me. That person's trigger. Let trigger be with him. Your trigger is with you. And that is your commitment. You are committed to produce quality work. You are supposed to produce that. And if you don't produce that, you are committing a crime. It may not be legal, but it is a crime. There's another legality about. There shall be no one with you. Those people who are involved with you in corruption, they won't help you there. You have to respond yourself. So engineers particularly listen. You have to change yourself. Don't blame others in just for your saving. Don't blame others. You have to be strict. You have to do your job. If you cannot do, then don't call yourself engineer. Shame on to you then if you cannot do that. It's your job to produce quality. You have to produce. Forget contractor. Kick them out if you don't do this. Kick your department out, or you cut yourself out of that. If they don't listen to you, they have to. Quality cannot be compromised. I am very angry with that person who said 1920 works or 1820 works. Why 1920 works? Can you walk without leg? Can you walk without arm? Can you walk with half nose? Why do you say that 1920 is no problem? You will be angry with me. Be angry with me. I don't care. You be angry with me. I know those people who do not give quality here. They believe in quality and do quality overseas. How they do it? Why can't they do here? Because there is a force behind them. If you don't do quality, you will have to face problem. You will be put in jail if there's some problem. Do you know that? In other countries, if you do not give quality, you will have to face problem. If you cause problem, you will have to face problem. This happens in system. Even I remember there was one difference in riser size of stair. Risers were not equal, and some lady fell. Risers were on equal size, and these people did not care. They built it and delivered it, and somebody fell during ascending or descending from stair. What was problem? What was investigated? Oh, because of this riser fell. Okay, claim compensation. Here, nobody cares. You remember our Prime Minister fell in Haridwar somewhere, I think, just was rising on some steps at bank of river because of rising. Here you do anything. It's practical. I don't know meaning of practical really. People call me many times, oh, you are practical, not practical. I don't know what is meaning of practical. If you think carelessness is practical, or ignorance is practical, or lack of concentration is practical, or lack of safety is practical, or lack of quality is practical, or lack of doing nothing is practical, I don't know what's practically top of. It happens with me many times. I don't know because of my nature or because people know me like that. They say, oh, you did not work in this country, you work in overseas, that's why you're talking like this. I don't know, engineering is different in this country. Or they have deficient engineering, you are super engineer. I don't know that really. I can't understand that. I laugh on that. When people say like this, I laugh on that. It's my duty to tell them truth, I tell them truth, and they laugh on me, oh, you are not practical. So, means even some people say, we just want to make our house, we don't consider about defects or that. At least we just consider for living. So people of that type, means quality is absent. This is reason, One of reason is I cannot 100% blame engineers also. because they have some role, they are restricted to. They cannot replace owner and they cannot replace manufacturers. They have some limitation, and it's a money matter ultimately. So money matter takes your place and money dominates and you don't dominate. This happens. And not only here, many people in other countries too. There was one issue of foundation details in Arab, in Abu Dhabi one time I was there. There was a villa to be constructed for a Pakistani who was this in Arabic now, that lady. And they just were so, they were so, you can say, what I should say, desperate to get that villa done immediately at an earlier so that they can use it. They had some family issues. And drawings that our company was to do, I saw that they said they had to get this. There's a piling on that, piling. Just a villa, why filing? I went through that report of soil investigation. I objected to that design. No, this is not correct design. First of all, my manager said, oh, no. Don't write to them. They do piling. This manager was not actually not engineering. This ordinary person. It's a law in law Abu Dhabi that you have to do piling. I said, there is no such law anywhere in the world except in your mind. There is no such law. Don't tell me about that. I have not seen any such law anywhere in the world. Only you are telling me there's a law. I said, no, right, try it. I made a draft based on soil investigation and I should send it. I told them that here bearing capacity is 10 times square meter and this is granular soil. What is meaning behind your proposing piles in that portion? It's only 2-story building villa, and what is your criteria? What is your conclusion, or what point do you consider that you say only piling is right? Why not some other foundation? Why not shallow foundation? What's wrong with that? Why don't you speak? Why should I spend money? First of all, waste time on piling? It takes time, and I am going to spend more money, more benefit. So they changed design. They converted piles into straight foundation. So time was saved, at least for piling, and cost was. They charge money for that redesign. That's different issue. But my question is, why not to speak? Why somebody should rule us without any logic? Yes, if there is a logic, you are welcome. You are a designer. I understand your design. I am an engineer. Of course, I am not a dedicated design engineer, but I understand designs. So if your soil report, because you did not read carefully this soil report, problem is that. See, sometimes people take, okay, repeat, copy. Now, computer has taught us copy, paste, change something. Okay, I have done this. Means because of pressure, because of maybe excessive work you have, or you do not do it full time to your work, you want just to pass this file, okay, I've done it. Of course, you will get building permit on that, it doesn't matter. They don't care you use file over, you are using files better than spread footing, everybody will say. No, this is not their job to economically consider, this is your job. But you did not do that. Soil report was submitted to you. You just kept it in a file and that's it. This is what happens. This is where we fail. Our engineers, very few engineers, and of course other people, very few only refer to documents. You take case of politicians, they never read documents. You take case of all those, they never take documents, legal documents or other documents. Only those who are serious, who have responsibility, or who think that they have to account, or they learned in their life by mistakes, they can read that. I see that. Otherwise, a common person, they never care. Now it's mobile world. When I was there, at that time there were no mobiles, and people used to only depend on landlines. I think that time was much better than current time. I always advocated that writing is very important. If you want to write something to someone, give in writing, so that they know there is someone to follow up and ask questions. That was different time. People did not used to talk a lot because they had to pay bill, telephone bill, and then you have to be present at telephone also. Landline is there. If you want to talk to someone else, sit there. Other side is also that way. Means there was absence of false statements, no fake answers. Oh, I am sitting here, I am traveling here, I am going there. This was restricted, so there were less time required on phones because they could not fabricate anything. Yes, some ladies used to talk on daily, that's okay. Now, what I'm saying in reference of this one, because we have changed our habits to American style and Arab style. I know them very well. American style and Arab style, they never want to write anything. Americans are particularly, and Arabs too, they don't want to write extensively. Not because they are afraid of, but this takes time writing. They believe in words of spoken by, uttered by you. So they believe them that the person uttering something, speaking something. So he tells the person keep promise. Now what happens? There was prevalence of respect because nobody used to lie. Hardly means when you think, okay, I have to lie today, I have to lying means fabrication of something. Lie is not same means one thing is you pass a message based on real information, another just fabricate something, malpractice it, or manufacture some statement and submit that. This is what I say. So both are false. Now what happened? This mobile has, I think 90% people speak lies. Young or old, oh, I have seen that in traveling with metro or something else. Means they just fabricate everything. I don't know reason behind that. Why? For what they got? What they sell. And this mobile is so used now, so much used. People do not refer to books. People do not refer to books or writings or notebooks or no. They forgot writing. Except students, I think, because they have to pass examination, they are forced. But once they pass examination, then they to surrender it. Means we have become from Bharat to Arab. We have become from Bharat to Americans. Yes, English still do that. I don't say no. So our culture has grown into a, you can say, from very beautiful garden to a septic tank. We even write emails. You see language of emails what they use. And if I ask you want to some complaint, you go to police. Don't go to police. Write to commissioner if you want to lodge a complaint. Policemen shall automatically take it. They hesitate to write. I write commissioner. Oh no. Before writing, before understand, when that person wants to go to police station to talk with that person who has no authority, and those persons of authority, you fear to write to them. There's facility. Commissioner will not say anything. You write, ultimately it will come to the same person, but it will come officially. It's not on record. Because people are themselves at fault. Means they know they are at fault. They just want to file complaint for something. They will tell me this is a problem. What should I do? And I say go to police. They no, I should go to police. Okay, call police. I don't call police. Okay, send mail. That they want to sell. There are many people like that. Why I'm just going to references only. It's nothing to do with engineering. It's social engineering. Means some habit of telling lies is very, you can say, very much successful. In 2020, from 2015, if you take, means there is no dearth to speak lies. It's a fashion now. If you don't speak a lie, you don't enjoy it. Then you say, oh, I spoke lie. Maybe you enjoy in your mind, I spoke lies to him, I cheated him, and he let him suffer. You are happy if let him suffer, or let that girl suffer. Boy thinks girl suffer, and girl thinks boy suffer. So this mobile has changed our life into different mobile system. We are now mobile liars. We are mobile fabricators. So how can you think of good work then? Your tendency, your inclination rules your work and rules your personality. When you develop a habit of lying, then you will also, means because you have got a habit, you will use in your offices, you will use everywhere, you use in family, all over the world. I'm not talking about this country alone. You take case of England, take case of USA, take case of France, take case of Italy. Our people want to go to pub, what do you call it, pub? Or to restaurant or somewhere to eat, to feed. I think They do not like home food these days. Uh, Generally, I'm not saying means they prefer to eat outside, drink outside, because reason, because this not they cannot cook it, or it can't be cooked at home. That's not reason. First of all, they are working people, they work outside, they stay throughout day, and secondly, when they go home, they don't want to trust each other. That's a fact. They may be living together in married life or not, otherwise not, then they don't trust each other because they know defects of each other, deficiency of each other. They live together indeed, yet they don't live as partners. They live because they have to live, there's no other way. Because they know they are liars, both. They know very well. Yes, some higher, some lower, but they both are fabricators. So they know each other, so they want to pass their time to maximum extent out of the residence. And when they go to residence, I think they go only for toothpaste at night and sleep. I don't think more than that. There's no spiritual or soul powerful connection between people, and this is called practical world. What I say, if you say definition of practical world, this is practical world to speak lies, not to honor each other, and which combination of such circumstances leads to you can say crime generation. Crime. We thought British people are very gentle, civilized society. Now we see every day some news about what is here in our country, same as that country. It may be America, maybe England or Europe. I find same type of conduct by people of these countries. So I have concluded that our people, British people, or USA people or Europe people, there's no difference. There's no difference. All are same. Before we had different values for this, but now I don't give any value, any especially higher value to Americans or British or even whoever they are. They are all same, no difference. And they will change in future because they are not studying properly. They are not interested in books. They are not interested in develop minds. Mind develop are same, just like here we have 3 to 5% people who use mind. It's all over world same. Use of mind is not baby of everybody. It's not easy use of mind. One is professional mind and one is really professional mind. If you use your mind, you can get extraordinary results. But now I change my mind that world is same, there's no difference, because those people who cannot even value, who cannot digest one mask, what do you think they can digest? Yes, as far as personal life is concerned, private life is concerned, your sexual life is concerned, that's all different. I'm not interested in that. But development I'm not talking your physical actions, I'm not talking your physical pleasure. That's your problem, not my problem. But as far as servicing is concerned, as far as your career is concerned, as far as your social conduct is concerned, what you want to do for people, that's concerned. That's why I say what I'm talking of is valid. Safety is absent in many places. You go, you find unsafe. When your building is not properly designed, it's also unsafe. It's not simply safety and health environment. It's structural safety is also part of that. Structural safety is endangered. You can, yes, you may be living in that. Okay, I have a roof on my head, so I have a place to live. Yes, you have a place to live, but that place to live is not reliable. That point you don't understand, because reliable includes safety, service, power, and you can say durability, and both three are very important for engineering. In engineering, these three definitions are minimum, and many more supportive ones are directly responsible. When we say safety and we say all that means your work should be safe, your proposals should be safe for those who use them, and then it should work well, means it should not give any problems, it's serviceable, means it's worth for that such thought it should be good. And of course durability means for how many years that has to work, and so works well. That's where think it's important for. And this is my, my, you can say, contemplation of this quality, this all quality. This all quality, not only quality we call it. I call quality thinking. If you are used to quality thinking, you are a real professional. Then you can change engineering style. You can change engineering thoughts. You can say that you can become a very good exponent of your thoughts. You can relate to your functions, to your structural functions, to your design functions, and you can do many times better than had you done otherwise. This is quality. Therefore, I stress nowadays, not only I stress that quality must be understood in its entirety, not in isolation. Technologies we have, subjects we have, brains we have, commitment we have. We have everything, but we don't use that. We have. Easygoing attitude has made us dull. Easygoing attitude has made us only to a machine to make machine. To say machine to make money. Money making is no crime. But if you abuse this power, that's a crime. That is real crime. If you abuse power of making money. Because money is not end ultimately. It's not end. Remember. One day it shall not help you, but your work shall help you. Your conscience shall help you. Even if you go from this world, money shall not help you. It shall help only for something, not for everything. But your truth, your faultless Atma, soul, shall help you. So, I stress everyone, citizen and engineers, because I am saying citizens, all are citizens, and engineers particularly, engineer level citizens, they should think on now how to make quality reasonably well and usable for our country. I know everything cannot be done, but something of everything can be done. That's right one. And only start is always a problem. And once you start something, you can take it to logical conclusion. Quality of concrete is not one. Every quality of item is one. This point you have to be clearly understand, very well understand, and if you understand well, I think you will behave well. And now I go for 1 minute just to, I can say, feed some food for those who need it. And I'll be back in a moment. Meanwhile, just a moment please. back to you with quality system. So guys, sorry for disturbance. I back to you about quality. When I used to talk about project management issues, I talked a lot about that in past. Maybe there are so many videos there. You can see that list I put on Facebook and LinkedIn also. There are so many videos available of management. Generally we call it management, that's why I'm using this term, otherwise there's no meaning of management term. But it is because people use that, so I'm calling it management term. Project management that we used, and that is no way to avoid it. We have to use it, that term. And now, well, if I talk of quality, then I will talk about every other issue as well. And I have given you many details about projects, activities many times, and you have seen that, so I don't repeat that, except that sometimes you have to, how many details I have to show you, I can't say. I don't want to show again and again same. I am just going through my own book that was published in 1996, I think. Yes, 96. Contents of that book. I'm not going to tell that. I'm just trying to find out if there's something to show you immediately or no. That's all. So sequence of quality is one part. Sequence of quality is one part, while sequence of something else is another part. And I talked to you about swimming pool and these details. I think these details are meaningless now because you know that. So now there was one note I wrote in since sometimes back in structural conception for architectural aid. That's just one page, and this interesting one actually. I shall like to share with you. It's very long that I'll speak to you. Just one hour written in that time. I wrote in that time. This is just one page, and it is structural conceptions for architectural aid. That is, this is book on the structural, you can say, concerns of architectural aid, and that is now it says that based on complete structural conceptions and visualization, keeping in view all types of forces, a three-dimensional structure is subject to during intended normal service lifetime, considering various uses. Architectural requisites, keeping economic consideration in first place. Assimilating new ideas which so far has been neglected though available freely in globe society. Literature imparting rhythm, vertical and horizontal expressions with uniformity and harmony, satisfying all requirements of principles of architecture of modern and postmodern era. The structures profiles of various kinds, shapes, cultures, etc. have been expressed in terms of simple designs, which could be by supplication of efforts of civil and structural engineers in terms of simple designs, to imagine and conceive, to extend days to struggling and searching architects about new idea or dream structures, who always feel short of these conceptions of structures to accommodate the required spaces for proposed use criteria. As always, building design flows from architecture desk to structure desk and vice versa, and back to structure desk for incorporation of many alterations and changes with whole conceptual intuitive profile being far different from what architect originally dreamt with, a fact that final result of shape shall be dictated by structural provisions. Thousands of structures may be dreamt and designed preliminarily, and the space would be set in but for this outstanding objective or target. An unified approach and cooperation between two designers is certainly a prerequisite which lacks practically all over the world or globally due to professional egos and valuation of professional personality measurements. While fact remains that building shall be likely to collapse if a structure miscarries functionally according to architectural estimates. Amendments can be applied at architectural faults if an excellent, durable and sound structure has been erected. Owner or client is not concerned about professional differences between two designers, but certainly very much concerned about ultimate results of investments made on building project. And in terms of an efficient and good delivery of goods with profitable returns as expected in owner's initial estimates of project promotion in relation to overall cost. This expectation is the right of owner, of the client, of the society, and designers must respect and respond to this fact without any regard to architectural and structural engineering differences among building engineering professionals. Now, beauty of skin and excellent made up shall not be much useful for long if bones, muscles, and complete mechanism of body are defective. The structural designer should be strong enough, dynamic, efficient in all professional approaches. Client must know facts of structural responsibilities, importance and significances. If an excellent structure is designed, preliminary, it shall virtually generate architecture in certain cases, where imagination of architecture steps down and preliminary design of structure shall provide a track for architectural training. Architectural professional is morally and professionally required to consult in every respect before taking up assignment from owner or client, and must involve structural professional in generating scheme. Tell client about levels of responsibilities in project management team. This problem shall not appear in case owner appoints a civil engineer for project management of promotion. This problem shall not appear in case owner appoints a civil engineer for project management of promotions. Even though no structural professional can guarantee 100% accuracy of buildings of all sorts, but something is always better than nothing. Architect neglecting structures or civil engineer shall always produce defective and substandard buildings. And this is not fair in profession for dealing client as such. Most clients do not know about this matter. This is not fair in profession for dealing client as such. Most clients do not know about mailer. Well, I say that problem shall not appear in case owner appoints the solver. Now, architect neglecting structural or civil engineer shall always produce defective and substandard buildings, and this is not fair in profession for dealing client as such, as most clients do not know about this matter. A reasonably good building shall be produced by a combined management of team of civil or structural engineer, architectural engineer, building services engineers, specialist engineers, expert construction contractor, and intelligent and prudent engineer, financer or promoter of all. A unified approach in preliminary design consideration has to be adopted in respect of estimated and anticipated forces. Anticipated forces due to dead load, dead action, imposed action, live load, live action, weather effect, impact, load, sonic boom effects, explosion effect, seismic or earthquake effect, wind effect, vibration effect, temperature changes effect, three-dimensional movement effects, two-dimensional movement effect, shear walls effects, course effect, perforation effect, material hysteresis effect, creep effect, redistribution of forces, thermal stresses, torsional effects, strains and concrete, secondary stresses effects due to foundation behavior, conduct, settlement, stability, instability effects, and estimates, and not least. Too much of these factors considerations depend on experience, attainment and understanding of an engineer by an engineer about overall judgment regarding structure. Every designer may adopt different approach in making structure. Complete planning, detailed design analysis, design checks shall depend upon preliminary design decisions, and other disciplines should follow that to make a sensible, rational structure. This part of job shall affect construction cost during lifetime of structure. To keep maintenance cost low, designer must think at length and come out with many alternatives. Fix one as best of various brainchildren. This approach shall provide a bank of generalized structures. With designer, we shall enable engineer to count on future projects to minimize cost and attempt research on subject. Once a project is completed, designer and all related managers leave place and may never go back to that structure for years together to check, observe or check, predictive performance. Future factual loads, structure takes may differ from what were assumed during designs, and use of structure be entirely different. Architectural aspect shall definitely alter its look after years, and probably architects shall not like to see defaced elevations. Practically desired maintenance shall never be carried out. After many decades, when behavior of original structure changes, redistribution of forces and stresses take place and vary by many percentages of original assumed or calculated quantities or magnitudes regarding rendering unwanted moments of original assumed or calculated quantities or magnitudes rendered unwanted moments and torsional stresses. Therefore, it's stressed that at planning stage, the structural and architectural professionals must work together sincerely and seriously for betterment of project and society, keeping in view all foregoing aspects, and produce as far as possible a good erected structure by real supervision with adherence to strict quality controls. Now profiles are based upon 11 meter center of columns of frame in general, maintaining a floor height of 3.5 meter, spacing grid 5 meter center, but shall vary at intersections or change in directions of center line where lifts and staircases have been arranged. Occupant shall escape to fire-free zone in case of fire breakout. Wind shall affect only on one side in some cases. Community feeling developed by living in same building complex with security arrangements shall cost comparatively less and affordable. Set of such buildings shall extend to formation of self-contained complexes or integrated plans of colonies by extending layout to include all modern facilities needed in such modern complexes. Construction of such structures shall be repetitive, simple, and better control can be effected easily. Structures can be applied to residential, commercial, and office accommodations. In general, a height for 13 number of levels is suggested, and a raft of normal piles foundation work in areas of normal bearing capacities and in fact depend on soil investigation results adopted by concerned engineer. Attempt has been made to eliminate cantilever provisions in all respects to make structure more resistant to seismic effects and unnecessary stresses which are expected by virtues of inclusion of cantilevers in general. No claim is made for profiles, but hope that proposal shall definitely assist in formation of further new ideas by very senior engineers distinguished in building engineering field of designs and construction, and also architects not to keep themselves in darkness of personality clashes with civil and structural engineers, but to think for better state of society as a whole. These profiles were just based on certain shapes and designs and letters and figures and characters like that, and this is just a kind of proposal forward to public, like designs. There are many sketches in there. For example, this one is sketch here, just for your reference I'm showing. I'm not showing you this only one. It's just like that one here. This is a sketch here. There are many such sketches. It's not that I just some sketches only. For example, there's a pentagonal extension, you can say pentagonal extension, and there's a square extension, you can say square extension, like that, and like that. The cutout also I'll show you. For example, this is combination of combination of swastik and a cruciform, like that means, and a question mark is here, you can say mark of interrogation, and you can say that, and that a kind of arrow we use, arrow, this is an arrow, a kind of arrow, and like that. There are so many shapes. This is another shape, means just shape of twisted, and you can say a kind of, you can say a saw and bow and arrow, this you can say, and of course another design here like this. So there are so many as such. I'm not going into details of this, because at this time this is not my program. My intention was that I should explain what I thought was. I will show sometime else about whole scene, and that's most important. Just like this is, I try to I try to contemplate say a water garden, for example. This is that, and you can say, if you see it that way, I think this way is well, yeah, this like this. This is a map of our country, and this is, you can say, a water garden type. It's where water is flowing through this. There's RCC, big area where RCC in the line slab in form of Bharat Naksha, and our plane, and it is water garden, you can say. It's like that, means a kind of mental state that I thought. So I'll talk it later or not. I just want to there are so many technical items in this that's very important. And now there's nothing much I'll talk about. Just keep it aside now, and I think that I used to talk of soil every day, and I talked about shear yesterday, and we got to some level there. Now there's earth pressure is there, earth pressure, and this is something which will take later on, because whereas calculations are coming, I avoid that because I cannot discuss in details with you until I have full arrangement to show to you. So I hold also this one for time being. I take it later on, and because I am discussing with you many other issues, many other, you can say, I have already discussed with you about soil, that's very clay soil, you may say, clay soil, that's very critical for everything. I explained at length that also. That's very important point. You may say that one. Now, otherwise I was searching for something which can be immediately discussed with you, that's where it is. I'm not finding that here. Wait a minute, the machine foundation. Yeah, there's something, machine foundation is very important, because we take, and this very elementary I'm talking, I'm not talking in details actually. It's very elementary. I'm talking. This is because this is very detailed subject actually. You see, machine foundation, for example, I'm taking this just for information. This has nothing to do with that, but this is very important. You have to design sometimes pumps foundation, pump length, chiller foundation on roof, and you have to design air handling unit. You may have to design, certain, you can say, planes for vibratory machines or even stationary machines. You may have to design some compressor foundation. You may have to design some, you can say water tank sectional water tank foundation, or something where small quantity of vibrations come in, and that are very important from this point. So just we are only giving you elementary idea on that. That's not that this is an expert idea. It's just an elementary idea. So machine foundation has to support dynamic forces. That's we agree. Machine foundation has to support dynamic forces. Dynamic, which are not stationary, which are not static. That's dynamic. Forces produced by operation of machine in addition to static loads. So when you say dynamic forces, automatically static forces are included on that. We understand that very well. All these forces are transmitted to foundation and soil system. Foundation and soil system. That point you have to understand. It's not foundation system. Foundation and soil system. So soil is a part of foundation. Means soil itself is a foundation for our machine, static and dynamic forces that are transferred to soil through foundation, and this foundation and soil in a combination work together for accepting your machine forces successfully and transferring them to further soil below. Foundation designs of motors, generators, turbines, compressors, forge hammers, and other machines have applications of unbalanced forces require use of theory of harmonic vibrations. Additional dynamic loads are produced by inertial forces of rotating parts of machine. Machinery vibration has adverse effects on foundation supporting soil and foundation supporting soil. Remember, machinery vibration has adverse effect on foundation supporting soil and sometimes cause differential settlement of foundation. Vibratory load can produce 6 types of motions in accordance with 6 degrees of freedom in space. Space means space where machine is in, not space of that one. Freedom in space depending upon their direction and on point of application. There can be three types of there can be 3 types of translation and 3 types of rotation. There can be 3 types of translation and 3 types of rotation. There are one in vertical direction and 2 in horizontal direction at right angles to each other. Most of theoretical and experimental researches in this field have been so far restricted to simplest type of motion, translation in vertical direction. What is this? Madan saying what it says. Oh, you are friendly. Okay. Thanks, yaar. Very welcome, yaar. Kya karega yaar. Welcome, khalas, welcome. What to do? These people keep on sending messages otherwise. Welcome. Alright, sending us. And what says Kanu Appo? What she says? What she says, I don't know. Kanu Appo, what Kanu Appo? Became friends with Mahesh and this what I do then. Good morning, Ji. Good morning, Ji. Thanks. Thanks, Carlos. Okay, thanks. Okay, let's move this message. Are people coming? What to do? People are sending messages in morning time. I think they're not able to sleep because they're at jobs. Otherwise, you won't find them. Yeah, okay. Now see. So we say Resonance and effect. What's resonance and effect? It's very very important. And why you want to send back? Okay, fine. Whatever physical system has a characteristic frequency which is known as natural frequency. Physical system that we are going to make it. That's called physical system. As foundation is physical system, right? Physical foundation and soil. Foundation soil, this combination of that physical system has to characteristic frequency which is known as natural frequency. This may be defined as frequency at which system would vibrate when subject to free vibrations. When operating frequency of a machine tends to equal natural frequency of its foundation, amplitudes tend to become very large, and system is known to be in resonance. Got it? Means what we call natural frequency of system, foundation, soil system, and there's another system where machine works. That machine vibrates when it works, and when you say what happens when operating frequency, which you call a machine, tends to come to equal to natural frequency of foundation, amplitudes tend to become very large, and system is known to be in resonance. Besides excessive amplitude, large settlement also affects at resonance. To avoid such damages, an effort must be made so that resonance does not occur, and hence value of natural frequency of foundation soil system must be determined accurately. Now free vibration, let's say it's a teaching example. What is free vibration? Then that's important as well. If I say that, I think I should check this page because I shall not be able to explain to you. Now free vibration that affects in a system in absence of external force acting on it is known as free vibration. Means vibration affects in a system in absence of external force. In absence of external force on it is known as free vibration. While analyzing dynamics of soil, principle of vibration is used freely. Mass spring system principle is used for this purpose. Now soil represents just to that case. Yes, that's right. Now soil represents elastic spring. Soil represents elastic spring, and weight W represents weight of vibrating foundation. Let me show you this. This is an important one, just for a glimpse. What I'm talking is, considering that we are all innocent in this and we are just new here. So this is that. There is a machine in a square box machine, and there is a spring shown below, which is soil. This is what indicates, right? This is what this indicates. Now, elastic spring and W represents weight of vibrating foundation. If a sudden downward push is given to this system in direction of vertical system, sudden push, downward push is given to this system in direction of vertical system, vertical way, and force is removed. System will continue to oscillate indefinitely. System shall continue to oscillate indefinitely with same frequency and amplitude. If external force or internal friction is not present. Time for one complete oscillation of mass is called force period. Time for one complete oscillation is called force period. Force period has mass involved there. But says if external force or internal friction is not present, time for one complete oscillation of mass is called force period, and distance up or down from equilibrium position is called amplitude. Force period and amplitude, remember this. Natural frequency, which is denoted by Fn. Frequency is F and N is natural. So natural frequency Fn or number of cycles of motion. Number of cycles of motion per unit of time can be expressed by following equation. Fn is equal to, this is empirical I think, 1 over 2 pi under root k into g over w cycles per second, where w is equal to weight, g is equal to acceleration due to gravity, and k is equal to linear spring constant. This is that formula. Just you see that one, very very elementary formula, which is going to decide everything. This F is equal to 1 over 2 pi into k into g over w. Now damped vibration, damped DAMP means which has been reduced, this vibration has been reduced to some extent. Damp it's called. It's like we say water moisture, we say damp proof course where moisture rises from foundation or comes from above, and people provide some damp proof course. So it's that means we are limiting its power of vibration, we reduce that. In practice, it has been seen that vibrations gradually decrease in amplitude and stop entirely after a while, unless push which excited vibration in first place is repeated periodically. Such vibrations are known as damped vibrations, and frequency in case of damped vibration can be found by this formula. So I repeat first, it has been seen that vibrations gradually decrease in amplitude and stop entirely after a while after a while unless push which excited vibrations in first place is repeated periodically. Such vibrations are known as damped vibrations, and frequency in case of damped vibration can be found by this formula. That was previously was Fn, which was equal to 1 over 2 pi under root kg over w cycles per second. That was in normal case. In this case it is F and D in place of Fn, because D stands for damp. F and D equal to 1 over 2 pi is same. Under root kg over w was there. Here under root k over m minus c square over 4m square, where F and D is natural frequency of damped system, and c is equal to damping constant, and m is equal to mass, and this is formula here for damped vibration. This is formula for damped vibration. You can see this is that one. Now theory of single degree Fredholm system. Now we are going to something system. I am just trying to explain some theory behind this. I will not take everything now. just some theory to understand what is natural frequency and what is operating frequency. Damped vibration. After that, we will try to take concrete specifications which are very important. Damped vibration. Okay. Now, theory of single degree freedom system. Single degree freedom system. Assume a single degree freedom system consisting of a rigid mass m resting on a spring of stiffness k and a viscous damper with damaging coefficient c with damping coefficient c, not damaging, damping coefficient c. A system is known to be of a single degree when its motion is restricted to one direction only. First of all, let's see this sketch before going further, because there is a damper added in this and that is shown below a spring. You see this mass m on that, there is a spring in full of soil and there is a damper added to that mass. This is the damper is a small square there, and that's what it's saying. C is written there. That's the damper. Now free vibration, what does it mean? It says apply initial velocity v to mass m to set it in motion. Equation of motion for free vibration of motion is given by what it says: mz plus cz, mz with two dots on top and cz is one dot plus kz is equal to 0. This is saying that mz with two dot on top is inertial force, cz is one dot on top is damping force, and spring force is z. In this equation, z indicates displacement. Z indicates displacement, and z velocity, that is z velocity, and z dash acceleration of mass. So single z is displacement and z with single velocity, and z double one is acceleration of mass. So displacement, velocity and acceleration of mass. There is no external force acting on system during vibration. Right hand side is 0. Solution to equation. So we have to use three z's here. One z without dot on top is, that is displacement, and when there's displacement, some velocity, that's with dot, and acceleration is double dot. So z is equal to, you can say z is equal to, first value of z is, that is ad into a to minus ct oblique 2m sine under root k or m minus c square per m square t, where ad is constant, which shows maximum displacement and known as free amplitude of damped system. Frequency of oscillation, that is omega nd, is expressed as free amplitude. So where ad is constant, as a frequency of oscillation is expressed as w nd omega nd into k or m minus c square or 4m square, where omega md indicates natural frequency of a damped single degree freedom system. To find free amplitude, a alpha d ad, initial condition of at times of motion being set in, should be taken into account. For words that t is equal to 0, t is equal to 0 and z is equal to 0 and z is equal to v. Substituting these values, we get what? AD is equal to V divided by under Q m minus C square of 4m square, and put CV is equal to 2 under Km. If CC is known to CC is that, where CC is known as critical damping and C over CV is equal to epsilon, where epsilon is called damping ratio. This equation it becomes then say this equation becomes omega MD is called K over M minus C minus 1 minus epsilon square, and AD equal to V over S. That is V over under K over M 1 minus and then square and omega K over M. Above equation damped natural frequency and damped force amplitude of single degree system C is equal to 0, epsilon is equal to 0. So equation is omega m is equal to under root k, omega n is equal to that's natural frequency, natural one, under k over m alpha a is equal to b over omega a. This relation is for undamped single degree system and undeprecatory from vibrations is used in analysis of hammer foundation. Now we'll take it later on because it's very much, I just wanted to tell you something basically about this. We'll go later on into this. Well, I'll go to some extent only something different in this, which is from practical viewpoint. Let us say what I'm saying is just a procedure, means types of before that we go, let's say we are saying here about we have here one third. That's called powers also. I read once Barkan method was in this. I'm just trying to find out where is the Barkan method. I think it's I'd say says natural frequency of foundation soil system. Natural frequency of foundation soil system means how we understand and find it. This is natural frequency of foundation soil system. Just a brief on that I'm talking in 10 minutes. That's it. Natural frequency may be defined as frequency at which physical system would vibrate when subject to free vibration. Little lazy. What to do? I was lazy. This machine foundation is very important. See, gas trapped in. This virus has created problems for me. I fear to walk now. Really, I fear to walk. Dangerous to walk now in public roads because of virus, because of aerosol. Aerosol can be present at any location. So, who knows that even after you wear mask, it impacts on you. You cannot, you cannot guarantee that. See, it's gas is trapped. Let me put this fan off for 10 minutes so that it gets cold. See that. How much gas is trapped? Natural frequency may be defined frequency at which physical system would vibrate when subject to free vibration. We discussed it also before. Now it's not possible to place heavy foundation on a spring, although this is sometimes done in case of light machines. Foundations of heavy machines are placed directly on ground. Hence, weight of soil cannot be neglected. Lorentz has given following formula for determining natural frequency. Let us see what's that. Lorentz is here, Lorentz engineer or scientist, whoever. So, we cannot place machines on a spring, practically speaking. So, we consider soil as a spring. So natural frequency Fn is equal to natural. When we talk natural frequency, we are talking about frequency of foundation soil system, not of machine. Machine's frequency is operating frequency. So this is natural frequency of foundation soil. That is effective for that machine. 1 over 2 pi under root k into G over Ws plus Wv. A is equal to, A is equal to contact area between base of foundation and soil. Wv is equal to weight of vibrator. Weight of vibrator, that is machine and its foundation, that is vibrator here, because they will vibrate. Vibration is by machine and soil shall vibrate. So here name is vibrator. I thought it's complicated. No. So machine and soil. This is weight of machine and foundation. Ws is equal to weight of vibrating soil. Vibrating soil, that is apparent soil mass. It's very difficult to determine size of co-vibrating body of soil because it depends on frequency and it's influenced and is influenced by size of base area of foundation and by elastic properties of soil, which act as like spring. There are a number of methods for determining natural frequency of foundation soil system. Most important are Burkan method and Pauw's method. So previously was definition by Lorentz about this formula, and this formula, I think it is rather K is mistakenly written there. It's, I think, Fn is equal to 1 over 2 pi and root Ag or Ws rather than Kg. There's some error. So we now go to Burkan method. Burkan, Soviet engineer, has applied concept of weightless spring to foundation. He says that natural frequency depend on spring constant, that is spring constant divided by mass of soil or mass moment of inertia of machine and foundation with respect to axis of rotation. Spring constants in different cases can be found by knowing values of coefficient of elastic uniform compression or compression is efficient, coefficient of elastic shear, coefficient of elastic non-uniform compression, and you can say contract area of foundation, coefficient of elastic uniform contract area of foundation, So move forward now to understand this formula. The spring constant or mass of soil or mass moment of inertia of machine and foundation with respect to axis of rotation under root. A spring constant in different cases can be found by knowing values of coefficient of elastic uniform compression, coefficient of elastic shear, coefficient of elastic non-uniform compression, contact area of foundation, moment of inertia of contact surface about axis of rotation. Burkan, engineer from Russia, Soviet, has suggested following formula for determination of natural frequency of this system. Omega n, which is called natural frequency of system, equal to Cu, which is coefficient of elastic uniform compression of soil, multiplied by area, contact area of foundation with soil, divided by m, that is mass of machine and foundation, under root, and this is natural frequency of system. Then amplitude of displacement can be given by following formula. Amplitude of displacement, and that is Az is amplitude of displacement equal to P naught over m omega n square 1 minus gamma square, gamma minus eta square. Alright, so this is Az is equal to P naught over m, or you can say m omega n squared 1 minus eta square. Az is equal to maximum displacement and P naught is equal to exciting force. Eta is equal to frequency ratio, that's Wm over Wn, that is, that is, you can say omega m over omega n frequency ratio, and omega m is equal to operating frequency and omega n natural frequency. The value of coefficient of elastic uniform compression of soil Cu can be determined by this equation, that is solution based on theory of plasticity, problem concerning distribution of normal stresses under base contact R of is great. So we say that value of coefficient of elastic uniform compression of soil Cu can be determined by following equation, which is solution based on theory of plasticity, problem concerning distribution of normal stress under face contact area of rigid plate. Cu is equal to so let's say C is equal to 1.13 minus E over 1 by mu square 1 over under root A. E is equal to Young's model of soil and mu is equal to Poisson's ratio, that is 0.35 sand and 0.4 silt. Typically. That's formula here. Thus we have seen that value of Cu depends not only on elastic constraints E and mu, which defines elastic properties of soil, but also on size of base contact area of foundation. Value of Cu changes in inverse proportion to square root of base area of foundation. A series of experiments were performed. All investigations confirmed that Cu of a soil decreases with an increase in area of foundation base. If there are two foundations of area A1, A2, and Cu and C2 are coefficients of elastic. So that's what I say. I say no. We'll keep it now and go not to this also. We'll keep it tomorrow. This is a form of I'm discussed with you. Take in details next time. That's now important point about others is we were discussing about soil last time. Soil that is very sorry, not soil. I'm sorry. Concrete. This was with that one. Let's put this in. Take water also some water. Already 3 hours. Soil. Again I say soil. I'm going to speak something about concrete again. Now see, I open file of that. I open file of that one. Let's open file of concrete. Where is gone? Where is gone? I don't know what's gone. Again it's missing from here. Why it's missing from? I don't know. Now it's not come back. It will come back and go from this. It will come back now and somewhere else. So premises. Okay. We talked about concrete yesterday, something about concrete. So I'm back on that again, and I'm trying to first of all let me just remind you what in this concrete specification, what is involved actually. That's important for us to know before jumping on further. What's included in this? It's an important point first. Now this section 5 says that it includes requirements for concrete work for pipelines, road works, running runways, structures, water retaining structures, foundations and bases for structures and equipment. And this is part 2, aggregates, part 3, cementitious materials, part 4, water, part 5, admixtures, part 6, property requirements, part 7, contractor, part concrete plans, and part 8 is transportation and placing of concrete, part 8. Part 9 is formwork, part 10 is curing, and part 11 is reinforcement, part 12 is construction joints, and part 13 is inspection and testing of hardened concrete. Part 14 is protective covering coatings of concrete. And part Alright, so says reinforcement is 10 and 12 is construction joints, inspection of hardened protected concrete, hot weather concrete, number 15, and miscellaneous precast concrete, pre-stressed concrete, and water retaining structures, and then general section 1. So now we say we go yesterday we talked of curing a little, and I'll just go back to concrete plants now. I go to transportation and placing of concrete, this part 8. Let's go to part 8 page. I don't know how much page is there. Part 8 we can go. Okay, let's go to part 8. Okay, this part 8 is done, I think. Now it's on this, let's say, still part 6. Why don't you come? And who are you? Part 8. So concrete plants, that's 7.5 and 8. Really, just now you were here, you'll miss again. Yes, it is there. I think it's there. Now let us relax for a minute. Let us relax for a minute before we continue there. Concrete, is something that creates problem in the minds of every engineer. So transportation and placing of concrete, part 8 in this presentation. Transportation of concrete. We cannot do concrete placement without transportation, and we cannot do concrete without touching plant, and that's very important point. It's impossible in this world. If we do that, you have to time without let's come back to point after getting some air. I'm drying it because I was sweating in, so I was drying now. I'm a little drying. Let me dry a little more. I'm opening my shirt for drying a little. Let me dry. I'm sweating. Let's come back and come back. Why? Why saying this? It's really terrific. What is the transportation of concrete? Really, there are various parts in this scope of work, then references, submittals. After that, general pumped concrete records, placing concrete, channel preparation, placing, compaction, continuity of concrete work, and then it's 8 transport placing of concrete. Scope of work. This part deals with transportation, placing, and compaction of concrete. क्यों है वो यार? सो ओफो यार, ये क्यों खुल रहे हैं अपने आप ही भाई? क्यों क्लिक हो रही है इसको? I don't know. So we say now it is in general here, concrete plants, formwork, hardware concreting and miscellaneous, and references are there. So we read that. We go, should contractor propose to use concrete pumps for transportation and placing of concrete, he shall submit details of equipment and operating techniques proposed to use for approval of engineer. Now you got approval, you have to do that. You have to submit a method statement. Planned rate of placing, this is for placing, and number of batching plants, number of trucks, number and position of pumps, pouring sequence, quality. So now let's start seriously, because if I sit orthogonally it's difficult to talk and walk. Plant rate of placing, number of batching plants, number of trucks, number and positioning of pumps, pour sequence, quality control measures, spare equipment, other factors that might affect placing of concrete. Method statement should be submitted at least 3 days in advance of plant work. If required by engineer or other concerned party, a proper planning method may be arranged with representatives from ready-mix supplier, contractor and engineer. Okay. Method statement. The contract shall submit to engineer for approval details of proposed operation, standby operations. Transportation. Transportation, delivery, handling shall be according to required BS 8500 BSCL 61. Concrete shall be conveyed from mixer to its place in the works as rapidly. Now, concrete shall be conveyed from mixer to place by so we move forward. I can't sleep. I don't know why. From my eye strain, I think. I think what happened? It's not working. Time is 6:30. It's that time. Okay. Concrete shall be Concrete shall be conveyed from mixer to its place in works as rapidly as possible by methods which prevent segregation or drying out and ensure that concrete is of required workability at point and time of placing. This is a very important point for everybody. Very important point. Because there is a question of segregation here. Concrete shall be conveyed from mixer to its place. From mixer means here is mixed to place of work, place at work as rapidly as possible without wasting any time by methods which prevent segregation of drying out, ensure that concrete is of required workability at point and time. There are so many points covered in this. Number one, that you have to make a transfer mixer to reach as early as possible. Then you have to prevent segregation, which means your particles or ingredients of concrete which are mixed together, should not separate. Means aggregate stone chips should not go off. Mortar mix and this should be separate. Means it should be consistent mix of workability as was originally designed, which will prevent segregation or drying, and this should be wet, not dry out, and it should be of required slump at point of time. Because there are so many points in this, actually all points to be covered here. Should segregation occur in concrete, material shall be remixed to satisfaction of engineering or discarded. Furthermore, cause of segregation. Should segregation occur in concrete, then material shall be remixed to satisfaction of engineer or discarded. Furthermore, cause of segregation shall be determined and further occurrences prevented. Contractor shall ensure that time between placing of different lifts or layers of concrete is short enough to try. So let's go to other one. Concrete shall be transported by side in a food truck Approved type of truck mixer or agitator truck which apart from cab and chassis shall be painted white and kept clean at all times. Discharge chute and other dirty areas shall be washed down after delivery to. So important paragraph I read it. Sleeping now. Concrete shall be transported to site in approved type of truck, mixer or agitator truck which apart from cab and chassis shall be painted white, kept clean all times. Discharge chute and other dirty areas shall be washed down after delivery to prevent spillage or roll. And conductor shall remember and show that all time between placing of different lifts or layers of concrete is short enough to prevent formation of cold joints. Contractor shall ensure that there is contractor shall show that there is a backup plant that can be used in event of breakdown and that adequate provision has been made for number of delivery trucks. Contract shall be transported site in approved type of truck. If truck mat, truck mixer or a truck body with an agitator is used for central mixing concrete. Limit volume of concrete will not charge into truck to 80% of drum or truck volume according to ASTM C94 and NR and CA requirements. If shrink mixing is approved by engineer, limit volume of concrete charged to truck. Very important point actually. That's why I'm little slow and lazy. 80% content of truck mixer can be loaded if you want to keep it agitating. If it is to be agitated, if truck mixer or a mixed truck body with another agitator is used for central mixing concrete, you have to limit volume of concrete charged into truck to 80% of its capacity. If shrink mixing is approved by engineer, So it depends on what? Depend on your own. That's it. You have to solve your problem yourself. Means 80% you bring it, and you can say if shrink mixing is approved by engineer, then limit volume concrete charge into 63% only in shrink mix. What do you mean that? If a truck mixer or if a truck mixer or a truck body, if an agitator is used, shrinkage concrete is 63%. All trucks shall be rotated 30 revolutions at mixing speed. 30 revolutions at mixing speed before discharging concrete to assure uniformity. This is a very good point that I am going slow. Remember 80%, 63% and 30 revolutions. 80% when it's ordinary transit mixer, it's mixing en route 80%, and when it's shrink mixing, it's 63% of volume. And you can say 30 revolutions before pouring in. Alright, now I know what's happening to me. I should let me see my face first. Can I handle otherwise the problem for no. What should I do? Should I squeeze this? Better I squeeze this. I should squeeze this and keep both same. I think that will be better, I think. Yeah. I like this. Hold it. It's better this way. It's better this way. But I'm not fully visible, that's the point. It's okay. Let me see this way. I come this way. Now same thing. Let's bring down here. So you also be same. I don't think so. No, it will not like this. It will be full. And both are full. Both are full. I tried something. I'm listening. I'm feeling uneasy actually. So I'm going to tea now. Don't miss that. I want no problem. But do without tea. You remember something, you have to handle paper. I am talking about how to transport and place in concrete. That's very important point with that. Transportation of concrete and placing concrete. Very, very important point. Let me put light off first of all. I think that's not necessary now. It's really, So when I say this, Yeah. All trucks shall be rotated 30 revolutions at minimum at mixing speed before discharging concrete into assure uniformity. Assure uniformity means 30 revolutions, not more, not less. Inside of concrete mixed truck shall be inspected periodically and build-up of concrete removed that may impair efficiency of mixing action. This is a very important point. You should understand, very important point here. Truck shall be now inside of concrete truck mixed truck shall be inspected periodically and build-up of concrete removed that may impair efficiency of mixing action. All trucks shall be certified in equivalent certification. LRMC, RMC, so Ready Mixed Concrete Association, so N stands for National Ready Mixed Concrete Association. So discharge of concrete shall be completed within 90 minutes. Within 90 minutes or before drum has revolved 300 revolutions. We says that inside of concrete mixed truck shall be inspected periodically and build up of concrete whatever removed shall be whatever removed may impair efficiency of mixing. Discharge of concrete shall be completed within 90 minutes or before drum has revolved 300 revolutionary measure, which is revolutions 300 times. Drum has revolved 300 times, whichever comes first after 30 revolutions they are using already, that's important. Whichever comes first after introduction of mixing water. Now 300 revolutions they are saying means already 30 revolutions is enough. Means which comes first after the introduction of mixing water in cement and aggregate of introduction of cement to aggregate. 90 minutes, discharge of that shall be completed within 90 minutes or before drum has evolved. This looks what I do with this man? Nonsense here. Why he wants to call? I don't know reason for that. Let us talk what he says. What he wants to disturb me for once. This is disturbing for nothing. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Kenya.
Yes, how are you? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
हेलो
यस बोलिए
कैसे हैं
बस बढ़िया है बोलिए आप
आप
हाँ
दिल्ली में हैं?
आपको क्या कहना है बोलिए
दिल्ली में क्या
हाँ
दिल्ली में
हाँ कहीं तो है ही बोलिए क्या कहना है क्या कहना है आपको?
साथ बोले तो मिल
हाँ,
लेते हैं। साथ बोले तो मिल लेते हैं।
किस लिए?
बस पहचान
हाँ,
पहचान
पहचान तो हो गई ना अब।
बाप
हाँ,
बोल दो बाप को बोले तो
समझ नहीं था क्या कह रहे हो?
हाँ
क्या कह रहे हैं आप?
बोल रहा हूँ कभी कम देखिए पहचान हो
अरे यार, ये लोग हैं यार, ये डिस्टर्ब करते हैं काम में, पहचान कर लो इसको। मैं कहाँ गया यार? हट यार, हटा सा इसको यार, पहचान कर लो इससे। Discharge of concrete shall be completed within 90 minutes or before drum has received 300 revolutions. Whichever comes first. 300 revolutions means 30 revolutions, and 10 times of that when you pour concrete, it's coming 30 times. So 10 times of that, whichever comes first after the introduction of mixing water to cement and aggregate on, or introduction of cement to aggregate. So 90 minutes is time here. Within 90 minutes or before, drum has revolved 300 revolutions. Discharge of concrete shall be completed. These limitations are permitted to be waived by purchaser if concrete is of such slump or slump or slump flow after 90-minute time or 300 revolution time revolution limit. These limitations are permitted to be waived by purchaser if concrete is of such slump or slump flow after 90-minute time or 300 revolution limit has been reached, that it can be placed without addition of water to batch in hot weather or under conditions contributing to quick stiffening of concrete. A time less than 90 minutes is permitted to be specified by engineer. Let us repeat this paragraph, it is a little complicated. You have to be clear about this. There may be some error there, to find out some error in the specification. Error because every specification is required to be clearly understood, and its clearly understanding means you have to understand it by analysis. Maybe there's something else what this author wants to say, and he's written something else. You have to be sure about that. Discharge of concrete shall be completed within 90 minutes. This is what it says. It shall be completed within 90 minutes. Okay, that's fine. We agree with that. It shall be completed within 90 minutes. So, what is it? Let's say. Discharge of concrete shall be completed within 90 minutes. Is what it's saying. Or before drum has revolved 300 revolutions, whichever comes first. Whichever comes first. 300 revolutions or 90 minutes. That's the point here. 30 revolutions were there at time of displacement. It's just 30 revolutions speed. Now, whichever comes first after introduction of 13 or 14. That's a big point here. Whichever comes first after introduction of mixing water to cement and aggregates or introduction of cement to aggregates, these limitations are permitted to be waived by purchaser if concrete is of such slump or slump flow after 90 minutes. This is 300, this is 190. So These limitations are permitted to be waived by purchaser if concrete is of such slump or slump flow. After 90-minute time or 300 evolution limit has been reached, that can be placed without addition of water to batch. In hot weather or under conditions, in hot weather or under condition contributing to quick stiffening of concrete, a time less than 90 minutes is permitted to be specified by engineer. Pumped concrete. Pumped concrete. Access for pump shall be checked prior to pour. Access means we have to see accessibility of pump to site, location within site, not to site alone. Means where we have to pour, our pump must be accessible there. Mm. Right. Access for pumps shall be checked prior to pour. If access cannot be assured, contractor shall not continue with concluding operations. If approval is obtained for pump concrete, contractor shall ensure that shock is not transferred from pipeline to formwork and previously laid concrete. During placing concrete by pumping, and hose must never reach into concrete. All measures shall be taken to avoid blockage of delivery hose system. Compaction of concrete. Compaction of concrete shall be carried out. So it says compaction of concrete shall be carried out per standard practice procedures. So I repeat, during placing concrete by pumping, and hose must never reach into concrete means this boom pipe hanging pipe from boom, that is concrete complying with rubber shoe or directly should not touch concrete. All measures shall be taken to avoid blockage of delivery hose system. Compaction of concrete shall be carried out per standard practice procedures. Grout shall be pumped through concrete. Grout shall be pumped through concrete or grout shall be pumped through concrete pump to provide initial lubrication. Grouting shall be pumped through concrete pump to provide initial lubrication. Initial discharge of any pumped concrete shall not be incorporated into permanent works. Initial discharge of any pumped concrete shall not be incorporated in permanent work. Where concrete is conveyed by shooting, where concrete is conveyed by shooting or pumping, plant shall be of size and designed to ensure continuous flow in chute or pipe. Slope of chute or pressure of pump shall allow concrete to flow without use of any water additional to that approved by engineer to produce required consistency and without segregation of ingredients. Delivery and of chute or pipe shall be thoroughly flushed with water before and after each working period and kept clean. Water used for this purpose shall be discharged outside and away from. Again, this is an important one because sometimes language is little doubtful, ambiguous. We have to be clear with that. This is after all a specification, and this is to be complied with on site. And if we cannot understand this, there shall be difficulty in applying on site. So better you read it twice, second time, third time, because this is not structured English. This is procedural English, and this is for everybody to understand, and that is why it's not grammatical sometimes. Now, where concrete is conveyed by chute or pumping, a plant shall be of size and designed to ensure continuous flow in chute or pumping. Slope of chute or pressure and pumping shall allow still water. So, slope of chute or pressure of pump shall allow concrete to flow without use of water additional, or you can say any water additional up to that approved by engineer or provide or produce required consistency and without segregation of any means. Delivery end of chute or pipe shall be thoroughly flushed with water before after working period clean. Water used for this purpose shall be discharged outside, away from copyright. Yeah, simple meaning of education this is. Means where you are educating primary school or you understood. What it says actually, we have to be very closely sure that our pump can reach to site, or whatever pump we are using must reach to nearest point of where we are going to pour concrete, and it should be without problem. We do not have any right to add more water to concrete. Whatever is there, whatever is in the mix, we have to use that. We cannot additionally add any water. And then if we add water, then we have to take permission. There should be no segregation, means separation of mortar from aggregate, and separation from whatever means destruction, devastation, and because we have to accept in the first place. No. That's one point here. Now we go to this means consistency of concrete requires to be maintained at any cost, no water to be added, and it should be of same viscosity. Viscosity can be increased, but that is not right. Yes, That's point here, segregation should be avoided, and it should be cleared bump or boom every time is clear to avoid blockage in that. And this waste concrete shall never be used. Okay, so, so now we go to records. Within 24 hours of delivery, contractor shall provide engineer with delivery notes giving information required under paragraph as we said. This must is a must. Placing concrete, so it was transportation until now. It is must not, so he did not say that we have to take slump as well. It's not given there, maybe further it's given. And all that we have to take air temperature, we have to take concrete temperature, let's say air voids, all this must be taken, must be included. And you must see whatever document we receive from batching plant, that should clearly speak what type of concrete it is and from where it's business, and that the very plastic inside. Now, let's say, what's not given here is something very important one, I think. Let's talk of that. Where it says messages I met Pada. Sagar Tiwari, what I do? Press home to install app. Sagar Tiwari, what he wants? Surely, Anwar Kumar. In this transportation, when it comes to site, this we have to take slump first. That's first duty, quality guide, and then supplier both. We have slump cone on site. We have cube mills on site. We have to check document first and see what documents is document of concrete, not other documents, because we have some place to check. So after taking slump, we have to be sure that concrete is right. That's first step. If concrete is right, then slump. We should accept it or we have to reject it. That is number one. Number two, we have to take temperature at concrete. We have to see weather temperature. That's number two. Because there's a limit to temperature, we cannot exceed that. And then we have to check air voids also. And when all are okay, we have to take 1, 2, 3, 4 class. Okay, that's one point. Now, if you allow this concrete to go to site, it's let's go to site and work it, and then what we have to see, what we do there on site. Contractor shall obtain approval of India to his proposed arrangements before concreting. All placing and compacting of concrete shall be carried out under direct supervision of competent member of contractor staff. Contractors member of contractor staff with a minimum of 5 years of experience in concreting works and in a manner to produce is watertight concrete of maximum density, and it's a point here. 5 years, no problem. We have people of 5 years everywhere because already they have worked in Gulf, many countries where concrete is very important, like Qatar, like Abu Dhabi, Dubai, and many more countries, Saudi. Saudi, I cannot say that they are so quality oriented, but I find Qatar as better, and Abu Dhabi is of course better. So I can't say about Dubai. Maybe it's also same, but about forget Bahrain and forget Muscat. So on an overall basis, we can say this 5 years is okay, fine, but it says that concreting works in a manner to watertight concrete and maximum density and strength. Hires a point. In one paragraph, short term and long term specification is covered. It should not be like that, but they have got it like this. Says that staff is okay, concrete work experience and manner to produce a watertight platform. We take it stages water pipe and produce it. No problem. No. We produce that watertight. Say when we put, I explained many times methods of placing concrete, and that methods are very important. If you use those methods and temperature controls, and you can get what they want that it should be. Watertight concrete, watertight it can be only when it's very dense, it's having density. You exactly cannot say watertight, but they have used this term. I don't know why, but it's what means some water shall pass through this even if it's 2.5 tons per meter cube. Because of aggregates monopoly, means how aggregates are taken and they are waiting too much and they are taking too much. Alright. Okay, no problem. We'll see what he wants and what density you want. When you compact it, you have to apply vibrator and bubbles come out. It's understood that density is 10 naturally that's never harder. So for night concreting operations, contractors shall arrange adequate suitable lighting. That's natural. You cannot work in darkness, so you have to provide light. So it's not in it. Contractors shall provide safe, secure areas access to all the contractors. This is again says means same talk where the contract shall provide safe, secure access for all personnel on concreting operations, and of course there should be access to everyone who is involved in concrete because it's daytime as well as night time, so there should be no bar and these people have been defined. Concrete shall not be placed in adverse weather conditions such as dust storms or heavy rain, and also where thickness of concrete section exceeds 600 mm, contractor shall adopt special precautions to be approved by engineer to avoid thermal curing and oil. Now, where thickness of concrete is 600 or more, says that 600 mm, where thickness of concrete section exceeds 600 thickness, contractor shall advise whether concrete So we have to be careful. Means dust storm, temperature, what happens to that, and we cannot move at 600 mm at one time. That's not permissible. If it is in a 5 meter, whatever it is, and it's thermal cracking, you have to avoid. So if there is a temperature of incontrol, Mexico. So we go forward with this. Now we say preparation, what preparation we do. That's important. No concrete shall be placed until engineer has permitted. In writing surfaces upon which concrete is to be placed. Formwork and reinforcing steel. Contractor must So we can say no concrete shall be placed until engineer has inspected and approved writing surfaces upon which concrete is to be placed. Formwork and reinforcing steel. Concrete shall give engineer. So we say that, no problem. So concrete shall be placed until engineer shall not be placed until engineer accepts it. Formwork is after, steel is after, concrete core is etc. Until concrete is. Even here we do steel. Now we are talking of preparation. Our contractor shall give engineer 24 hours notice to enable this inspection to carry out. If concrete is not placed within 24 hours of approval being given, approval shall be withheld. Then so we have to re-inspect it in case we are unable to pour in 24 hours. That's immediate law, or you can say common law. Transportation and placing of concrete is wooden forms, unless lined, shall be oiled or wetted with water in advance of placing concrete, so that joints will be tightened. Yeah. So wood forms, if wood forms, I can say, unless lined, shall be oiled or wetted with water in advance of placing concrete, so that joint will tighten and prevent seepage of cement grout from mix. Reinforcement shall be sprayed with a small amount of water prior to starting pour. Reinforcement shall be secure in condition. Reinforcement shall be sprayed with small amount of water prior to starting pour. Reinforcement shall be secured in position, inspected and accepted by engineer before placing concrete. All inserts, remember, inserts, very important, all inserts, anchor bolts, sleeves and other embedded items shall be accurately located using templates where appropriate and held security guards to be essential. So see, and say now we go to insert. We have to understand what do you mean by insert. Insert is very important item here. Insert is very important in a way that inserts, for example, we can say when you say inserts means a kind of electrical in or some services point in. Inserts means should be whatever else that connection or hold or land in Alright, inserts means those points which are inside, which are not seen. Anchor bolts for machines possibly, and sleeves for pipes, because pipes sometimes cross here and for sleeves. Later on we can put pipes and grout that portion, and also some light material. So we can say inserts, anchor bolts. Sleeves is very important here. Sleeves means pipes to be ended for services to be placed later on in and grout, and also embedded items should be accurately localized, means you have to see coordinates of them. Say, and if there is no maintenance, you set on site and see how it is. And so we can say that location of these items using templates where it applies, and then we have to secure them to prevent them from displacement during concreting. Aluminum items shall be completely covered and protected and embedded in concrete. So we can now say that except where shown on drawings, no fixture shall be attached to concrete by short fixing or drilling without acceptance by engineer. Okay, let's see this once again. Water shall be removed from excavation. That's very important point. Avoiding I missed one pair, I think. Well, except where shown on drawings, no fixture shall be attached to concrete by short fixing or drilling without acceptance by engineer once concrete is set. Notwithstanding any such authorization, contractor shall be responsible for all damages caused. Okay, that's no problem. Shall be damaged enough. Now, water shall be removed from excavations before concrete excavation. There's water, always shall remove that excavation. Any flow of water, whatever flow of water be diverted through proper side drains and shall be removed without washing over freshly deposited concrete. All the watering work shall be continued as long as required. Hardened concrete debris and foreign materials shall be removed from interior of forms and from inner surfaces of mixing and conveying equipment. Runways or other means accepted by engineer shall be provided with wheeled equipment to convey concrete to point of deposit. Equivalent okay, what can I do? Runways or other means accepted by engineers shall be provided for wheeled equipment to convey concrete to point of deposit. Equipment used to deposit concrete shall not be wheeled over reinforcement, nor shall runway so it means before depositing newly concrete on against concrete that has set. Before depositing new concrete on or against concrete that has set, existing surfaces shall be thoroughly roughened and cleaned of latent foreign matter and loose particles. Forms shall be retightened and existing surfaces slushed with a ground coat of mortar consisting of cement and fine aggregate in same proportion in mix, but not leaner than 1 part cement to 2 parts of fine aggregate. After existing surface has been moistened, new concrete shall be placed before grout as any. So the horizontal construction joint shall be given a brush coat of grout consisting of cement and fine sand in same proportion as concrete to be placed, followed by 75 mm of concrete of regular mix, except that proportion of coarse aggregate shall be reduced 50%. Horizontal construction joints shall be given a brush coat of grout consisting of cement and fine sand, fine aggregate, and in same proportion as concrete to be placed. Following by approximately 75 mm of concrete. Okay, then we go, what it says is something else, horizontal joint, brush coat, and then grout, and then consisting of cement and sand, brush coat of grout, cement and sand, rich one, and then fine aggregate in same proportion, followed by approximately 75 mm of concrete, 75 mm of concrete of regular mix, except that portion of those grain. Now we go to high strength grout. High strength grout for precision support of machine base and sole plates, including equipment subject to thermal movement, tanks, columns, base plates, bridge seats, anchor poles and dowels, etc. shall be non-shrink, ready to use. So we can say high strength grout for precision support of machine base and sole plates, including equipment subject to thermal movement, tanks, columns, base plates, bridge seats, anchor bolts and dowels, etc. shall be non-shrink, ready to use. Fluid cross precision grout materials, proportion, premix and packaged facility delivered to job sites to be placed with only addition of water, formwork and clearing shall be done. So we can say then Placing, concrete shall be placed on final position. Concrete shall be placed in its final position before the basic tying over point slab. That's also very important. The messages will not एकदम क्लियर में क्या करूँ sometimes गिनती इसमें क्या करूँ इसका यार ये मैसेज भेज रहा है यार So concrete shall be concrete shall be placed in its final position before initial set has commenced and shall not be subsequently disturbed. It's like that placing of concrete. It's very important part. You can simply say it shall be placed in its final position before initial set has commenced. Before initial set has commenced and shall not be subsequently disturbed. All concrete shall be placed within 15 minutes of mixing unless carried in purpose-made agitators. Yes, this is not right. Concrete shall be carefully placed in horizontal layers which shall be kept at an even height throughout work. Depth of layer and time between placement of layers shall be such that each layer can be properly merged into the preceding layer before initial set takes initial effects. Depth of layers shall be determined from type of plant contractor proposes to use. Concrete shall be allowed to slide or flow down sloping surfaces directly into its final position from skips, down pipes or other placing machines or devices. So concrete shall be allowed to slide, flow directly into final position, down skips, down pipes, machines or devices, or it's not practical, it should be shoveled into position, care being taken to avoid separation of constituents materials. There is no segregation. That's the question. That's the only question. Concrete placed in horizontal slabs from barrows. So we come on to the next one, and that is concrete placed in horizontal slabs, so from barrows or other tipping vehicles, shall be tipped into face of previously placed concrete. That's okay. Concrete dropped into place shall be dropped vertically. It shall not strike formwork between point of discharge and its final place. So now if you say, let's put this fan off, I think. This fan is really hot with the sound matter. Concrete draft into place shall be draft vertically. It shall not strike formward between points of discharge and its final place in work. And except by approval, it shall not be dropped freely through a height greater than 1.5 meters. How can approval be achieved for more than that? I'm not clear this. Even if it's approved, not accepted. No. Chutes and conveyor belts shall also. Because no, it's not that. That's the move after draft that conveyor belt shall be also. Let's go for. This was thin off for drop, etc. We are going to ensure that no segregation, nothing, chutes and conveyor belts shall also be designed so that there is no segregation or loss of mortar, and shall be provided with a vertical tapered down pipes, vertical tapered down pipe or the device to ensure that concrete is discharged vertically in the pipe. Concrete shall not be placed in standing water. Concrete shall not be placed in standing water. In formwork. Concrete shall not be placed in standing water in formwork. Concrete that has attained its initial set-off has contained its water content for more than 1.5 hours or 300 drum revolutions, whichever comes first, not be reported. Concrete that has attained initial set-off has contained its water content for more than 1.5 hours or 300 revolutions, whichever comes first, shall not be deposited in works. Okay, we continue for 10 minutes more, I think, just because this is very boring chapter, but interesting one for me. This is going slow so that you can, it's not easy to understand this. You have to, maybe if you want to write, you can write it probably. Though later on I'll share this file, of course, I'll share this file, not now, later on. So what I say that, it says that concrete that attained initial setup, initial contains water content of more than 1.5 hour or 300 revolutions, which comes first, shall not be deposited in work. Called whether concrete shall be in accordance with EN 199211 Syria, report 61 CI. Also, the hot weather concrete shall be according to hot weather concrete. This was cold weather, I said. This cold weather condition shall be according to EN 1911 or Syria, report 67 and then so in that case, can say whether concreting shall be in accordance with part 15 of this section, and cold weather concreting shall be in accordance with EN 1992-11 or Syria report 67 ACI 306. Special care shall be taken to protect new concrete from harmful effects of drying winds. That is also very important point. Drying winds, how to protect evaporation of that, so that the curing collection. During hot weather, concrete shall be adequately protected as soon as it's in position. No concreting taken back. No concreting back. Alright, now I'm going very slow on this really because it's not that I'm tired, but I have some problem with eyes. I feel some strain and I read this. So I put up light as well. Light, so you can say no concrete shall be carried out during periods of continuous heavy rain unless it is completely covered during mixing, transporting and placing. So you can say it is virtually prohibited in heavy rain when rain is continuous. So you have to select that time when it's rain. This accent rain. So after that, you can say, no concrete shall be placed in rain. What was that? No concrete shall be carried out during periods of continuous rain unless it is completely covered during mixing, transporting and placing. No concrete shall be carried out during dust storm. So these are qualifications, or you can say restriction controls, rain and dust storm. And rain may be an exception, but dust storm is very common in hot areas like Gulf, and rain is very good here in our areas. But here, who bothers about anything? In our country, I think there is no spelling of quality. Underwater placing of concrete is allowed only for unreinforced components. Placing being affected exclusively with the stationary trammies or with a bottom opening watertight box. Let's see now. Underwater place, underwater placing of concrete is allowed only for unreinforced component. Placing being affected exclusively with a stationary trammies, or the bottom opening watertight boxes. So we say now that very frank here. Tram is being affected. Actually, tram is stationary tram is with a bottom opening watertight boxes and shall be in accordance with the requirements of design or equivalent as accepted. Underwater concrete is to be placed continuously without interruption. For water depths up to 1 meter, concrete may be placed without tramming in case of water depth. So we go now underwater concrete is okay fine now. Underwater concrete is to be placed continuously without interruption for water depth up to 1 meter. Concrete may be placed without tramming. In case of water depth exceeding 1 meter, concrete is to be placed with such a way that so for water depths up to 1 meter depth, water depth 1 meter, concrete may be placed without tramming. In case of water depths that's point here we have to understand. I see visions also for water. That's okay, fine. Says that 1 meter concrete In case of 1 meter water depth, exceeding 1 meter, concrete is to be placed in such a way that does not fall freely through water. Trammy must sometimes dip sufficiently far into freshly placed concrete to ensure that concrete emerging from trammy does not come into contact with water. All work connected with placing of concrete underwater shall be designed direct. Let us see how it's time working now before moving forward. यार ये फिर आ गए दोनों, क्या बोलूं इनको, पता नहीं क्या तकलीफ हो रही है यार, काम तो करने दे नहीं रही है लोग। ज़्यादा दोस्त बनाने ठीक नहीं है ऐसा लगता है। क्या जवाब दूँ मैं, काम ना करूँ यार। काम नहीं करेंगे सब वगैरह पावर मिला। This is then again say all works connected. These are important paragraphs you get lost here. Underwater concrete is placed continuously without interruption for water depths up to 1 meter. Concrete will be placed without tramming. And more than 1 meter, concrete is to be placed in such that it does not fall freely to water. It does not fall freely to water. Tramming must be on time dip sufficiently far into freshly placed concrete. Ensure that concrete emerging from tramming does not come into contact with water. All work connected with placing of trammed concrete underwater shall be designed, directed, so all work connected with placing of concrete under water shall be designed, directed, and inspected with due regard to local circumstances and purposes for which they are suitable. So it's that, it doesn't fall freely. All work connected to placing concrete in the water shall be designed, directed, and inspected to regard to local circumstances and purposes. Work shall not proceed until all phases and methods to be used in placing concrete operations have been accepted by our union. All works connected with placing of concrete under water shall be designed, directed, and inspected with due regard to local circumstances and purposes. Work shall not proceed until all phases and methods to be used in placing operations have been accepted by engineer, and steps in concrete at end of period of work shall stops in concrete at end of period of work shall be made only at construction joint, that we call stop ends. We say them stop ends actually it's called, and shall be placed only at construction joint, locations shown on drawings and or positions accepted. Where positions of construction joints are not indicated on drawings, these there may be assumed for estimating purposes to show occur at 5 meters intervals in foundations and retaining walls, and at one third to one quarter of span in slabs and beams subject to maximum spacing of approximately 9 meters at construction joint location with surface of completed concrete at location joint, at location joint surface of completed concrete So a cluster joint also can say at construction joint location surface of completed concrete shall be prepared by spraying, wire brushing or chipping so that it's free from all latent, scum and loose material and shows a slightly roughened texture and tips of coarse aggregate exposed. Before continuing concreting, exposed concrete face shall be thoroughly wetted. In ground floor slab where ground bearing, construction joints, crack inducer joints, construction joints and expansion joints shall be incorporated into work as appropriate. Spacing of construction joints, crack induced joints, contraction joints and expansion joints in water retaining structures shall be shown on design drawings. Where position or type of joints are not indicated on drawings in ground floor slab shall be cast in strips not more than 4 meters wide in alternating sequence across width of building. A minimum of 3 days shall elapse between casting of adjacent strips. 3 days. Previously it was 48 hours. Now it is 3 days. A minimum of 3 days shall elapse between casting of adjacent strips. Within each strip, in each strip, cracks induced joints shall be provided at not more than 5 meter spacing, and contraction joints shall be provided at not more than 15 meter spacings across width of building. Construction joints shall be provided between adjacent strips with contraction joint at every 4th construction joint. Let us repeat is something different around. Where positions of types of joints are not indicated on drawings and ground floor slab shall be cast in strips of not more than 4 meters wide in alternating sequence across width of building. A minimum of 3 days shall elapse between casting of adjacent strips. Within each step, crack induced joints shall be provided at not more than 5. Why just means say the 3 days in alternate ways within each step with indices crack-induced joint shall be provided at not more than 5 meters spacing, and contraction joint, crack-induced joint and contraction joint shall be provided at not more than 15 meters spacing across width of building. Construction joint shall be provided between adjacent strips, contraction joint at every fourth construction strip. So we have to see about this joint system. Well, I think means, let us say, it's a little difficult to understand in generality. Wherever necessary and required by engineer, water stops of a type acceptable to engineers shall be embedded in concrete. Water stops should be made of high quality material which must retain its resilience through service life of structure or and guess this is water soft, something different here. Should be made of high quality materials which must retain its resilience through service life of structure for a double function of movement and sealing. Surface of water stop should be carefully rounded to ensure tightness of joint even under heavy water pressure. Ensure a good tightness without movement of joint. Water stops should be provided with anchored parts. Cross section of water stops should be determined in accordance with presumed maximum water pressure and joint moments. Complete box. So all I know. Cross section of water stop should determine in accordance with presumed maximum water pressure, hydro pressure, and joint movements. Complete works are fixed and welded connections must be carried out strictly in accordance with the manufacturer's instructions. Welding is water bar welding is not steel welding. Generally, water bars means PVC, heavy duty PVC bars. Engineer's acceptance shall be subject to obtained by contractor prior to start of work on easy casting sequence and layouts of joint. Water stops shall be carefully maintained and positioned prior to concreting. So, type of water bar to be used shall suit joint and purpose according to water bar manufacturer recommendation. Water stop shall be carefully maintained in position prior to concreting. Unaccurately profiled stop boards to create lightweight conditions. And engineer's acceptance shall be obtained by contractor prior to start of work. Let's see now where can we go. Next is compaction. We'll do later on compaction. So what I understand is this, we have moved here into concrete specifications. I'm talking about and we'll respond on this. slow is better here and fast. But understand what we are talking about, and that was very important point here. And we have taken up today some issue of soil, something about soil, and also we have taken some issue of engineering management and how can we do structural profiling of buildings, that I discussed with complete note, and that's useful for us to just have. And then we also discussed about what do you call it, you know, quality system, big one, quality, that we have to think in its entirety and not simply saying quality, or we generally do. And now I was also speaking about from section 5 Qatar specification, section 5, that's concrete, and that's very much useful because it's not simply taking concrete and putting or placing into something. We have to understand concrete. That's very important part. And if you're unable to understand concrete, then I think it's waste of time actually. It's not simply concreting. We are doing something for lifetime. It's not concrete for 1 day or 2 days. It has to work for how many years? 50 years, 100 years. Nobody knows. Because after retrofitting also we can use it. Retrofitting is very important in this case, maybe by jacketing or by something else. After 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, we can strengthen it and use it further. So we cannot say that we have to throw it away after 50 decades. It's very important part, and that's why I'm very much concerned with this this system of quality that is required in our country. We cannot afford that we are such rich people. We'll throw it next day or next year and use it out, and we'll say, okay, fine, it is gone. We cannot afford that luxury concrete, because it's after all natural material, and it's a question of environment also. We cannot allow to degrade our environment. It's very important point, and we have to understand this, that our material is very precious, our human resources will involved in that, machines will involved in that. So nature is involved indirectly, because we are taking rocks, from rocks we are taking aggregates, and we are taking dust or stone dust or fine or coarse sand and water, all go to manufacturing or production of concrete. So this is not just we can say it is concrete. And concrete means if you use OPC, means you spend so much on carbon dioxide, you spend so much on carbon dioxide extraction, because when it reacts, when OPC reacts with water, it releases 40 kilogram, 45 to 48 kilogram of carbon dioxide from one bag of 50 kilogram. So you can see how many kilogram of carbon dioxide. With one bag of cement releases 48 to 46 kilogram carbon dioxide into air. So how many bags you use per day, you can understand very well. Okay, this is not economic time now, but millions of bags were used every day. It is a fact of life in many years. So nobody cared for this, and carbon dioxide has been nobody cared for carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide itself has care. Other cares. It's just it's this, no, you have to work here only for 20 hours, and can go to the home. So at that point we have to understand very clearly. Well, means I'm just saying that this is very important material, and that's why I want to say its quality of concrete production and laying and placement. That's very significant as far as I am concerned, and public is concerned, and engineers are concerned. Very, very, very significant. Temperature control, air control, slump control, and ingredients control, cement and GGPS replacement, and temperatures of massive blocks, and how to grasp it forever, or whether to do plastering or rendering or not. Those two questions also. We have them. So with that, I would like to say that we go now. It's time over, and let's close this. I will take up issue. Concrete is very important. That's I go very slow on this, so that at least you, if you want to write, you can write. I will share this file with you later on. So with this, thank you very much, gentlemen. I little sorry for little slow today.